Política de Industrias Culturales y del Libro y responsable de la organización de este congreso junto con la SEGIP, Javier y todas las personas que llevan una acreditación amarilla y que hacen también posible este congreso. Es un placer daros la bienvenida a este segundo día del congreso, a los que os habéis incorporado hoy y a los que seguís los conversatorios y las ponencias desde ayer, así como a todos los ponentes y expertos que van a seguir hoy aportando, haciendo contribuciones y que han hecho también posible este congreso. Y creo que nos están ayudando a tener o a vislumbrar de una manera más clara lo que supone el tránsito al ámbito digital de nuestros sectores culturales y creativos en esta amplia y diversa región iberoamericana. También, por supuesto, quiero dar especialmente las gracias al público especializado que sigue desde aquí y desde la difusión en stream de este congreso y a través de la televisión cultural educativa iberoamericana. Sí, la jornada de ayer nos dejó muchas reflexiones sobre el mundo cultural digital, que es una realidad cotidiana en el hacer cultural de nuestros países. Buen ejemplo de ello fue la sesión que tuvimos en el auditorio con las excelentes presentaciones que nos hicieron esa amplia gama de proyectos culturales que fueron presentados magníficamente por los emprendedores culturales de los 22 países que forman la Comunidad Iberoamericana de Naciones. Es un ejercicio de auténtica cultura digital y de cultura en red, los lemas de nuestro congreso. Y creo que ha quedado claro que existe en Iberoamérica el talento, la capacidad y el decidido empeño de utilizar los nuevos medios que en el mundo digital nos brinda para consolidar ese espacio cultural iberoamericano sobre el que los ministros estuvieron hablando ayer en esta misma sala y que nos indicaron dónde están esas estrategias, dónde están esas líneas en un informe que han preparado sobre la consolidación de este espacio común cultural. Pero hoy tendremos la oportunidad de escuchar nuevas reflexiones de destacados analistas sobre otros aspectos de ese futuro cultural que realmente está aquí. Y como vimos ayer en muchos de los distintos foros celebrados, vamos a poder premiar a los 6 proyectos de los emprendedores iberoamericanos cuyos proyectos nos han parecido especialmente relevantes para el desarrollo de nuestros sectores culturales en el ámbito cultural iberoamericano. Reiterando mi agradecimiento y deseándoles un buen trabajo, paso la palabra al director académico Javier Zelaya.
Muchas gracias, Teresa. Muy buenos días, muchas gracias por volver. Se nota que la noche fue alegre y dura en Zaragoza. Poco a poco va llegando la gente y se van incorporando. Como sabéis, en vuestro programa tenemos una mañana muy intensa y tenemos 4 ponencias plenarias con el mismo formato que ayer. Tenemos a un ponente que va a compartir con nosotros sus experiencias durante 30 minutos y luego una conversación de 15 minutos con una persona especialista en la materia. A las 12:30 tenemos que despejar la sala y os ruego la máxima colaboración, dado que, como habéis visto, os pido disculpas por cualquier inconveniente que esté causando las medidas que tenemos de seguridad, pero como comprenderéis, con la alta representación institucional que tenemos, son muy necesarias, ¿vale? Por lo tanto, a las 12:30 despejamos la sala y volvemos a la 1:30 a la 1:15, porque a la 1:30 será la entrega de premios que ha mencionado Teresa de los 6 proyectos que el jurado internacional ha seleccionado, los 21 que disfrutamos ayer. Luego por la tarde, al igual que ayer, nos volvemos a dividir en mesas redondas aquí en el Palacio de Congresos, al igual que en el CAT. Y os invito a todos que asistáis a la fiesta de clausura que haremos en el CAT esta tarde-noche a partir de las 8 hasta las 12 de la noche con una serie de actividades, DJ y demás en el Centro de Arte y Tecnología Etopía. Para no quitar más tiempo a los expertos, doy la palabra a Hugh Forrest y a Joanna. Muchísimas gracias.
¿No se oye? ¿Sí? ¿Ahora? Buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a esta primera ponencia de la mañana. Realmente es un honor para mí. Es un honor para mí poder presentar al líder de uno de los eventos más importantes que he asistido a mi vida. Como profesional, emprendedora e inversora del mundo de Internet, South by Southwest es uno de los eventos que os recomiendo y de los que más me impacta y a los que intento ir y ver cada año. Desde 1994, Hugh Forrest es el director de South by Southwest Interactive, que se celebra en Austin, Texas, dentro de una semana, de la famosa llaman South by Southwest. Es un festival muy importante, se inició y es especialmente conocido inicialmente por el cine y por la música, y gracias a la gestión de nuestro ponente de hoy, es también un verdadero foro de pensadores y líderes mundiales en el ámbito de Internet, de las nuevas tecnologías, de la innovación digital. Pero es que a la vez, South by Southwest es una incubadora de grandes proyectos vanguardistas y de creatividad digital. En los últimos años, este festival se ha convertido realmente en uno de los eventos más influyentes del mundo de Internet, gracias a tu liderazgo, Hugh. Él ha ayudado a aumentar la asistencia de menos de 5.000 personas en el 2006, si no tengo mal entendido, a más de 30.000 personas en el 2013. Y seguro que en el 2014 vas a conseguir nuevos récords. Permitirme una pincelada de más personal. Yo creo que en un mundo tan cambiante, ¿no?, donde más de 2.500 millones de personas estamos conectados, donde más de 1.500 millones en redes sociales, donde todo está por hacer, ¿no? Yo creo que lo que más he aprendido de asistir a South by Southwest con tu liderazgo, ¿sabéis qué es? Es a no tener miedo, a saber que existe todo un mundo nuevo por crear y también en las industrias creativas y culturales y, por lo tanto, simplemente lo necesitamos compartir y validar a nivel global. Permíteme, Hugh, que he leído tu perfil de Twitter, algo personal. Y dices que eres apasionado del béisbol, del Boston Red Sox, de la buena comida, del ejercicio, y dice que cuando puede también le gusta dormir. Hugh, que estamos muy despiertos para escucharte hoy y para que nos hables y nos ilustres y nos visualices las tendencias digitales que muy bien vamos a poder aprovechar en el sector cultural. Gracias, Hugh, por estar y compartir con nosotros. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Hugh Forrest again. I am director of the South by Southwest Interactive Festival in Austin, Texas. You can always contact me via email at hugh@sxsw.com. On Twitter, I am Hugh_W_Forrest. Again, South by Southwest occurs March 7th through 11th, 2014 in Austin, Texas. My presentation today will be titled, or is titled, "A Changing World is Upon Us, 10 Trends in Culture and Society that will define the next decade." So, overview of what I'm going to talk about today. First and foremost, thank you so much for inviting me. It is a great honor to be here. I believe this is the first time I have spoken outside of the US, so very honored to be here. Thank you very, very much. Things I will talk about today. First, I will explain a little bit about what South by Southwest is. Great introduction here, but give you a little bit more idea, and to that end, we will show our video from 2014, our preview video, which, as much as I can describe things, watching the video is a much better way, easier way to understand what we do. We'll also talk about South by Southwest as a predictor of the future. At that point, segue into this idea of 10 future trends that will help define the next decade, and then a few minutes at the end of the presentation for Q&A. So, what is South by Southwest Interactive? Again, South by Southwest Interactive happens every year in Austin, Texas, every March, typically the second weekend of March. 2013 was our biggest year. We had 30,000 attendees from all over the US and all over the world. These people tend to be digital creatives, early adopters of new technology, people who are very, very forward-thinking, doing lots of very, very innovative things. South by Southwest Interactive is a 4-day trade show. We've also got a 3-day gaming expo. It is a real-life representation, living, breathing of the internet. And when I say that, I mean we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 total panels, presentations, keynotes, discussions, meetups. So at any given time, there are 40, 50 different panels going on. If you like the one you're in, great. If you don't like the one you're in, not interested, go next door and learn about something completely new. There's also tons and tons and tons of evening parties, social activities. It is a great place to network and to make career-enhancing connections. I think that any kind of conference, whether it's South by Southwest, whether it's what we're doing here this week, whether it's a TED event, whether it's CES, presentations, panels are great, but ultimately it comes down to face-to-face networking, again, career-enhancing connections. South by Southwest Interactive is also part of South by Southwest Week. South by Southwest Week consists of South by Southwest Music, which was started in 1987. At this point, South by Southwest Music has grown to be 2,000 bands performing over the space of 5 nights at about 100 different clubs. We also have South by Southwest Film, which showcases about 150 new films, plus has various panel discussions. The part of the event that I work on, which is South by Southwest Interactive. More recently, we added an event called South by Southwest EDU. We added that in 2011. This combined effect of South by Southwest Week is a huge economic generator for the city of Austin. Our figures show that in 2013, South by Southwest put $218 million into the Austin economy. That's hotel rooms, that's taxi cabs, that's restaurants, money spent at restaurants and bars, that's t-shirts bought, trinkets bought, so $218 million, that's a pretty large figure. To put that in context, that's about 30 to 40% of a Super Bowl, which is our biggest sporting event in the US. So very proud of that. So as much as I talk about South by Southwest, it is really hard to explain what the event is without seeing the thing. So can we play the 2014 promo video? Is that? Queued up on the video, please? All right, well, I guess we don't have the video, unfortunately. But if you'd seen the video, it would have shown a little bit more about how the event works, the music aspect of the event, the film aspect of the event, and what we do with Interactive. Why has South by Southwest Interactive remained relevant? First and foremost, there are tons of things to do. It's lots and lots of fun. Beyond that, it's a great place to generate lots of business. It's a great place to make new connections. Again, career-enhancing connections, I think, are the lifeblood of any particular event. And ultimately, it's a great place to learn about the future. In our best moments, South by Southwest is a preview of what will be hot in 2 years. Typically, this happened on the music end of the event, where people would come to Austin, see bands that they hadn't heard of yet, but would hear of, would break it into the mainstream in a few years. It's happened also on the film end of things. One of our more famous alumni, who will actually be a keynote at this year's film event, is Lena Dunham, who produced the HBO series Girls. She initially started out South by Southwest several years ago, got a following there, got the HBO contract, and there you go. But what has happened more and more is that innovation, that forward thinking, that preview of the future has happened within the part of the event that I work on, which is South by Southwest Interactive. So previewing the future via South by Southwest Interactive, just a quick timeline of some of the things that have happened that we've been fortunate enough to happen at or host at the event and how that impacts the future. 2003, we had a keynote by a gentleman named Jonathan Abrams. He was the founder and CEO of a company called Friendster, which was one of the first social media applications. Friendster was the precursor of MySpace, which was the precursor of Facebook, and there you go. In 2003, social media was very, very new. We didn't really understand what social media was. We thought it would be big. We were lucky enough to have Jonathan Abrams speak at the event. That was a great coup for us. Flip to 2007, which is probably our turning point, our tipping point, our biggest moment ever, which was the launch of Twitter at South by Southwest. I always put that in parentheses, saying that the point is that Twitter had actually launched before South by Southwest. They had come out a few months before, but South by Southwest was the first time that they got a real burst, a real bump in usership. And so they're always nice enough to credit us with being the place where they launched. I will say that in 2007, when Twitter was at South by Southwest, we all thought it was a very neat technology. It was cool. It was a great place to a great way to track your friends. But no one, absolutely no one, absolutely no one could understand what it would become in 4 years, in 6 years, in 7 years, how much it would change the whole way that we communicate globally. And that's the nature of these things, that you don't quite understand what's going on at the time, that it's impossible to understand what applications are coming out that will change the future. 2008, we were lucky enough to have a keynote by Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. Wasn't as great a keynote as we'd liked, but it certainly was indicative of the rise of Facebook and how we saw that changing the online ecosystem. In 2009, Foursquare launched at South by Southwest. Interestingly enough, Foursquare and Gowalla, which was another location-based service, launched on the exact same day. Gowalla went out of business or was absorbed by Facebook a few years ago. But Foursquare is still very active, still changing, still evolving, and was this first kind of mainstream application of location-based services. 2010, Siri, which we all know from our iPhones now, won the South by Southwest Accelerator competition. Accelerator is our pitch competition. 2011, Airbnb, which is a system you can reserve people's houses, use people's houses as hotel rooms, that type of thing. Gained huge traction at South by Southwest, particularly because we were sold out of hotel rooms, and there became a huge market for people selling their hotels in Austin. 2012 was our first year of Startup Village, which is this real push towards startups. And 2013, last March, we had a keynote, probably our biggest keynote ever, by Elon Musk, who is the founder and CEO of SpaceX, as well as Tesla. So, within that context that we've been pretty good at previewing the future, I'm going to talk about 10 trends for 2014 and beyond. Again, I will say that trend picking is incredibly, incredibly difficult. It is more difficult the more specific you try to get, and much more easier to be accurate in the big, big picture. With that in mind, our 10 trends for the next decade and beyond. First and foremost, wearable technology. What is wearable technology? Clothing and accessories incorporating computers and advanced electronic technologies. The designs often incorporate practical functions and features, but they may also have a purely critical or aesthetic agenda. So this is projected to be a $12 billion market by 2018. The picture I showed was of Google Glass, and I think that that is currently the most innovative app. Although that said, in the US at least, where you see people wearing Google Glass more often, it has not caught on as much as I think Google would hope it has. I think it's very first generation, Google Glass. There are other apps that are very first generation. I myself have a Pebble watch, which I bought on Kickstarter. I'm not wearing it today because I don't actually like it that much, but it is, again, a very first generation technology where I can see my email or read text on my watch before they come over my phone. Again, it's first generation, much more innovative applications will come soon. I often tell the story when talking about wearables about this diaper company that came out last summer with a computer chip embedded in the diaper. And the idea was that parents would be notified, get a beep on their smartphone when the diaper was wet. And we laugh and say, well, what kind of parent is that absent, is that removed from their child that they need a smartphone notification to know to change the diaper? It seems kind of ridiculous. But again, see that as a first generation technology. Very soon, we will have clothing, shirts, pants, jackets, whatnot, that will have sensors, that we will be able to collect our own data on simply by wearing the shirts. We will have clothing that notifies doctors if we are having some kind of health problem, a potential heart attack, a potential stroke. And even beyond the clothing, we're approaching an era where we will have embedded computers in our body. There is this new tattoo technology that in fact collects data much more intrusive, or much less intrusive than collecting blood after a given event. So again, we are entering this era where wearable technology will simply explode. We'll see tons of new innovation in that area. Trend number 2 is the maker-hacker movement. And the illustration here is from the Chris Anderson book. We were lucky enough to have Chris Anderson speak at South by Southwest 2013. I'm a big fan. He is also the person who invented or came up with this concept of the long tail. So what is the maker-hacker movement? It is a contemporary culture or subculture representing a technology-based extension and do-it-yourself culture. The subculture stresses new and unique applications of technologies and encourages invention and prototyping. It's important to understand or to think or to remember that the DIY movement has been around for a long, long time. What is different is that new technology allows much more functionality within this DIY movement. Again, allows prototyping of inventions that can go on and actually change society. Compare the growth of this maker-hacker movement to the growth of the social media movement. And by that I mean that I think at present, we are just at the very start of the functionality of the maker-hacker movement, and we will see tremendous growth there in the next 10 years. Similarly, how we were at the start of the social media movement in 2003 and how much improvement we've seen there over the last 10 years. I think one of the most obvious manifestations of this maker-hacker movement is 3D printing. 3D printing is pushing a lot of the growth in this area. The 3D market is changing very, very rapidly as the price comes down considerably and the technology improves considerably. That said, I think that we can honestly say that the 3D printing that we have in 2013 is comparable to dot matrix printers that we had in 2000, meaning the next 3 years, the next 5 years, the next 7 years, we will be able to do much, much more with this 3D printing, have much more functionality, have much more real-life things that we can print that help our day-to-day lives. Trend number 3 is what we call the Internet of Things. Internet of Things is this idea of uniquely identifiable objects and their virtual representations in an internet-like structure. According to ABI research, more than 30 billion devices will be wirelessly connected to the Internet of Things, Internet of Everything, by 2020. This particular market is projected to be a $75 billion market by 2020. In the US, and for me personally, one of the most obvious representations of this at present is the Nest thermostat, which allows me to control the thermostat, the temperature of my home from anywhere via my smartphone. That's pretty cool. But again, it's still very first generation. There's also this thing called the spotter device, which you can buy now for $50, which essentially allows you to see, control, monitor anything in your house via your smartphone. And that's pretty cool also. But again, these are very, very first generation. We'll see much more innovative applications in the near future. And I think that what ultimately the manifestation of this will not just be a computer chip that I can put on this surface and understand what's going on that surface. The temperature is such and such degrees, that everything is stable. But we're moving to a point where this whole surface will be a computer. any particular surface will be a computer. We'll have this minority report-like functionality where I can go over to that wall, press, touch the wall, and it comes alive with computer internet functionality, and that is certainly very, very exciting. Trend number 4, more crowdfunding. What is crowdfunding? The collective effort of individuals who network and pool their money, usually via the internet, to support efforts initiated by other people or organizations. This market has certainly sprung up in the last 4 or 5 years. It's projected to grow to about $4 billion a year in the near future. Taps into the power of the crowd and the distributed nature of the web to fund things. It has emerged in the US and across the world as a strong alternative to traditional methods of financing, meaning things that could never get funding from VCs have found funding by Kickstarter. Personally, I've bought many things by Kickstarter and probably spent way too much money there. What I think we'll see even more of this in the next few years, particularly in the US, because there are big changes in our laws on what we can do in crowdfunding. Previously, you had a project that you could get funding for using this technology. We're seeing new laws in the US which will allow you to actually invest in companies, invest in startups via crowdfunding, will allow for a lot more functionality here, so that I see this market as continuing to grow and grow and grow. Lots of changes there. Trend number 5 is the continued disruption of the education system. This picture is of a gentleman named Peter Thiel, who spoke at South by Southwest in 2013. He is a VC who lives in California. I show his picture because he is also the man behind this thing called the Thiel Fellowships. And what the Thiel Fellowship does is it pays 20 students who I believe are 21 or under, pays them $100,000 to drop out of school. The idea is that Mr. Thiel believes that college is much less relevant than before, and that a life as a startup, as an entrepreneur, is equally productive in terms of educational value. More importantly, from him, paying $100,000 to 20 students who may come up with the next Facebook-like opportunity. He's got equity in all these things, and it's a great investment. So what is disruption of education? One of the biggest, education is certainly one of the biggest industries in the world. The education system has witnessed only marginal change over the last 100 years. Geeks love disrupting industries that haven't changed significantly for long periods of time. In the US alone, the education industry is at $1.3 trillion a year. In the wake of high-profile startup successes, there's more and more questioning of the value of traditional education. And what I'm talking about here is someone like Mark Zuckerberg, who went to Harvard for a semester. Certainly didn't seem to hurt him in his career at Facebook. So we're seeing more and more online course offerings, but again, that is the tip of the iceberg. Education needs to and will change rapidly to respond to the changing demands of students and the changing demands of the world. I was in a conversation with MIT last week. They're talking about how most of their students don't go to school during the day because they're entrepreneurs, but then they come back at night and watch all their courses online. So again, it's understanding that students today have very different expectations, ideas, values, and again, this is not simply at the college level. As I mentioned before, South by Southwest, our particular play here is that 3 years ago we launched our own event about this changing education market, which is called South by Southwest EDU. Trend number 6, disruption of the healthcare industry. If you think of the two biggest industries in the US and the world, education and healthcare. So healthcare is next to go. Again, one of the biggest industries in the world. The healthcare system has changed a lot, but still is massively inefficient. Again, geeks love disrupting industries that are rife with inefficiencies. This is, excuse me, healthcare is a $1.5 trillion industry in the US. In the US, in the last month, we have been dealing with the successes and failures of Obamacare. You may or may not be a supporter of that, but it's certainly a very first generation effort to change how we do healthcare. There is much more to come here. The technology is here for people to do more pre-diagnosis. The technology is here for people to do more self-diagnosis. One of the speakers that we have lined up for the 2014 South by Southwest Interactive Festival is a gentleman who has invented this device called the Scanadu, which is a oval device about this big. It very much looks like the Star Trek tricorder. You can wave this over your own body, and you get back a diagnosis on this. So again, this is a tip of the iceberg technology on illustrating how much medicine will change. Again, beyond simply diagnosis of healthcare, there is much more technology that is available for people to control their own data. So lots and lots of movement here in the disruption of the healthcare system. Trend number 7, which I'm calling Transportation 2.0, a series of innovations that radically change the traditional modes in which we currently travel from one place to another. These changes look to disrupt the automobile, train, airplane, and space industries as we currently know them. The picture I showed 2 slides ago was of the Hyperloop. This is this concept from Elon Musk, who again was a keynote at last year's South by Southwest, that is a buried vacuum tube which will allow people in the US to get from Los Angeles to New York in 25 minutes. That compares to a 4-hour plane ride, which is we have now. Who knows if this Hyperloop will ever be built? Theoretically, it's possible. But again, consider 4 hours to 25 minutes, huge, huge change there. We also know that Google is working very, very hard on driverless cars, aim to have those to the market by 2018. This is a huge, huge, huge market in the US and worldwide as well. If you think of the high end of the spectrum, again, we're seeing huge developments in terms of privatized space travel, whether it's Elon Musk with SpaceX, whether it's what Jeff Bezos is doing, whether it's what Virgin is doing. Again, there is huge, huge innovation in that privatized space travel industry. And on the somewhat lower end, we're seeing that as well with the taxi industry, where services like Uber and Lyft are completely changing how we access taxis. Trend number 8, improved broadband. Broadband refers to the wide bandwidth characteristics of a transmission medium and its ability to transport multiple signals and traffic types simultaneously. The medium can be coax, optical fiber, twisted pair, or wireless. In Austin, where I'm from, we're lucky enough to be one of the cities that Google Fiber is coming to. Very excited about this. We'll have much, much increased functionality in terms of internet access. And what I've heard in terms of Google Fiber is that the neighborhoods in Kansas City, which is a city that currently has Google Fiber, where Google Fiber, the neighborhoods that Google Fiber is involved in, we see a greater proliferation of startups there, startups moving to Kansas City to take advantage of that. So again, increased broadband leads to increased functionality. Austin is not, at this point, the only city that is lucky enough to get more broadband. We're seeing more and more of this across the US and across the world. Improved broadband may make travel less relevant when you can have the kind of functionality where you can interact with someone better from your computer. So we need to think about how this improved broadband will change the way we connect with people, how this improved broadband will change the way we do business. Trend number 9, somewhat relevant to this conference and some of the activities for this afternoon, the continued growth of startups. A startup is a company that is a partnership or temporary organization designed to search for a repeatable and scalable business model. These companies, generally newly created, are in a phase of development and research for markets. The growth of South by Southwest Interactive very much parallels the growth of this global startup market, so we've been very, very lucky there. In the US and many places in the world, startups are the most vibrant, most robust, most interesting aspect of the economy. Some of the most innovative concepts come out of startups, concepts that go on to change the world, whether it be Facebook, whether it be Twitter, whether it be Uber, whether it be any of these other things. Startups are changing the world. And the important thing to remember here, or another important thing to remember, is that as much as these startups change the world, 3 out of every 4 startups fail. The last trend, which I'll talk about, is the world is flat. World is flat is this notion of viewing the world as a level playing field in terms of commerce, where all competitors have an equal opportunity. This concept also reflects perceptual shift required for countries, companies, and individuals to remain competitive in a global market where historical and geographic divisions are becoming increasingly irrelevant. This is, of course, taken from the Thomas Friedman book titled The World is Flat. It's important to remember that innovation, entrepreneurism, startups happen in places like Silicon Valley. They also happen in places like Austin, Boston, New York, but as well, there are innovation hubs happening all across the world. This will only increase in the future with improved broadband connectivity, as well as improved transportation systems. Place is becoming increasingly less important and relevant to the future, to the innovation, to the kinds of things that will change the way we live. So conclusions to think about. We saw incredible change in the last decade. The most obvious example of this is the smartphone, which 10 years ago we could use to make calls on, now we use for everything. The next 10 years, we'll see even more change. Change is both healthy and scary, both exciting and frightening. Be ready for it or be the victim of it. The last thing I will say is that as much change as there is, as much technological power as there is,
Gracias, Iuk. Suerte que yo estoy vacunada contra el miedo y por lo tanto, como decía, no me asusta lo nuevo, sino lo viejo, porque si no nos has dejado impresionados. Vamos a conversar en estos minutos que nos han dado, 15 minutos. Mi primera pregunta es, cuando llegas a Austin, lo has dicho muy bien, lo primero que te dicen es, aquí se lanzó Twitter y han tenido éxito, aquí se lanzó Airbnb. Y es impresionante cómo me imagino antes las bandas de música, ¿no? Los grupos que iban con su CD a darle a los ejecutivos de las compañías musicales para intentar editarlas. Y veo, en Austin vemos filas, muchísimos emprendedores con su business plan bajo el brazo para presentarlos a los VCs, a los business angels, a los venture capital. Hugh, ¿qué recomendación harías a los emprendedores del sector de nuestra cultura iberoamericana para que puedan ir a Austin y puedan conseguir esa financiación? ¿Qué les aconsejarías?
Well, I think South by Southwest is a great place for entrepreneurs and startups to help advance and improve their career. First and foremost, there are tons and tons of VCs in Austin during South by Southwest. There are tons and tons of angel investors. And there are also tons and tons of other entrepreneurs which you can network with, learn from, create new business opportunities with. With entrepreneurs, as well as with any other section of the market, whether it be bloggers or mobile web professionals, whether it be people who are involved in wearable technology, whether it be people involved in fashion, in social media, the most important thing for an event like South by Southwest is to have a game plan of what you want to do. We have been fortunate enough to grow a lot at South by Southwest over the last 10 years. Growth is good, but one of the challenges of that growth is the event can be very, very intimidating. And if you don't have a game plan on who you want to meet, what kinds of things you want to learn, what panels you want to go to, what parties you want to go to. If you don't have that kind of game plan, you're much less likely to be successful at an event like South by Southwest. And I think that's that concept applies beyond South by Southwest to anything in life, where the better kind of game plan you have, the more prepared you're going to be and the more likely you're going to have success.
Okay, bien. Y una pregunta, a ver, de los 2 últimos años, de los proyectos que se presentaron en South by Southwest, ¿cuál crees que van a, tu opinión, cuál crees que puede ser el próximo éxito? Porque normalmente hay un par de años entre que se presenta en el festival y que después se dispara. ¿Cuál crees? ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué será?
Well, one of the things that came out of South by Southwest 2013, which I was very, very excited about, was this Leap Motion device. And it's a credit card, or it's a device that is smaller than your iPhone. You put it in front of your computer, and it allows you to get rid of the mouse. You can control your computer entirely via your hands. And you can control the computer to a very, very finite degree, to the extent that you can do paintings on your computer, do whatever. And it's, again, all controlled by your hands. Now, that was our breakout trend of the event for 2013. This device is, I believe, now on sale at Best Buy in the US, but it hasn't, to my knowledge, yet really hit that hockey stick phase of growth, which, again, points to this concept that it is impossible to understand and know which trends will be, which trends will leap out of South by Southwest and be world changers, and which kind of are hot at South by Southwest but don't do much in the outside world. So, again, the nature of picking trends, picking the future, is incredibly difficult, and this is one more example of that.
Cambio un poco el tema. En Estados Unidos hay, creo, más de 55 millones de personas hispanohablantes, y realmente cuando vas al festival es un poco los que vamos, los españoles, o algún pabellón como Chile, yo creo que es importante, que es una delegación importante, pero realmente encontramos muy poco, escuchamos muy poco hablar español en Austin, ¿no? En South by Southwest. ¿Tienes algún proyecto? ¿Qué podríamos hacer para que nuestra industria iberoamericana esté allí? ¿Y te imaginas un pabellón o un ámbito español o iberoamericano dentro de South by Southwest? ¿Sí?
I don't know how realistic it is that we would have a Spanish-speaking section. That said, we are certainly trying to push and expand on the offerings that address Latin American technology in the event. Part of this is because of the proximity of Texas to Latin America, and part of it is that there is so much innovative technology coming out of this section. Again, you mentioned Chile, and the entrepreneurial section in Chile is very hot. There is lots of entrepreneurialism also coming out of Brazil. So for the 2014 event, we will have a new Latino technology track. It'll be at least 3 days of panels focusing on the Latino experience in the US, as well as some of these Latin American countries. We're also launching a South by Southwest Americas program, which is focused more on Latin American stuff within the music event. So again, it is a growth area, and as I mentioned in my talk, it reflects this increasing internationalization of Austin and increasing international presence in Austin during South by Southwest.
Bueno, vamos a intentar ir para allá. Hemos visto, nos has presentado que empezamos, South by Southwest empezó con la música, el cine, después el ámbito interactivo, ¿no? Que estás, educación. ¿Cuál será el próximo ámbito que tratará South by Southwest?
Well, we launched an event in Las Vegas this past summer, so August 2013. The event in Las Vegas is much, much smaller than what we do in Austin, but certainly has a lot of room to grow. The event in Las Vegas is very focused on startups. I think that our plate is very full at present. We're pretty low on bandwidth. Long term, I think that there is the idea of doing something that's more in the realm of healthcare is intriguing. Again, simply because that's such a huge market and there's so much innovation to come there. But again, I will stress that that is a long-term plan, not anything short-term.
Ahora hablabas del tema de salud. El año pasado vimos una demostración de la impresión 3D y vimos cómo se habían creado dedos biónicos, dedos con impresora 3D, ya no biónicos, sino dedos, y es impresionante la interacción entre el mundo de la salud, el mundo de la tecnología y, bueno, y evidentemente con cualquier industria como es la nuestra también. Hyuka, has hablado de 10 tendencias, todas ellas impresionantes. Si tú tuvieses que invertir, fueses un capital riesgo y un venture capital, tuvieses que invertir, ¿cuál de ellas crees que va a avanzar antes? Porque el problema de la tecnología y de la innovación es el time to market, ¿no? A veces estamos viendo tendencias y después es muy difícil, porque a veces nos adelantamos, ¿no? Y yo luego te quería comentar algún elemento más, pero tu opinión, ¿no? ¿Cuál de ellas crees que es el que va a dar el primer paso de esas 10 tendencias que nos has hablado?
I think that whether I'm investing my own money or somebody else's money or advising, I think this the safest and the sexiest bet there is wearable technology. I mean, again, we're already seeing this with the Google Glass. We're seeing this with various watch technology. We know that the technology exists to implant chips into your clothing and implant chips into your body itself. So that wearable technology industry is going to grow. It's going to take this huge leap, just as we saw with the smartphone in the last 10 years. What is, of course, the challenge is knowing which applications will make it. I mean, again, Google Glass in the US really hasn't caught on that much. It's interesting, but there's a lot of social stigma on wearing these things. Hasn't caught on yet. But who knows? That may change completely in the next 2 or 3 years if a completely innovative app comes up. It may be something else completely. It may be some other company completely. So again, in the big picture, I recommend wearable technology. In the small picture, finding the company to invest in is the challenge.
Y en esta línea, porque sí que impacta realmente, ¿no?, las Google Glass, ¿no? Te cuesta imaginar, bueno, que nos acostumbraremos, ¿no?, a consumir. Quizá en esta línea, o ¿cuál es tu opinión en relación a, imagínate 2020, cómo consumiremos contenidos digitales? A través de las gafas ya no existirán pantallas. ¿Cómo te imaginas el consumo de nuestros contenidos, los contenidos culturales en general?
Well, I think it's entirely logical at this point to think that there will be some kind of Google Glass functionality where you can consume content directly from that, where you can read a book directly on your Google Glass or whatever device that is. I also think that, again, every surface or many, many more surfaces will have digital functionality so that we can point to that wall and see whatever artwork we want to see, whatever kind of performance we want to see. We will see this era in the next 10 years where, again, whether it be any kind of virtual surroundings will be in so much of our experience and will change the way we understand the world completely.
Okay. ¿Pudiste ver ayer las presentaciones de los emprendedores? No sé si lo pudiste, los 21 emprendedores que presentaron sus proyectos en el ámbito digital. ¿Los pudiste ver ayer? No.
Unfortunately, I was not here for the entrepreneurs.
Pues voy a ir por esa línea, es decir, en el mundo de la cultura, ¿dónde crees que podemos hacer más énfasis? ¿Y dónde lo estamos viendo a lo largo de todas las sesiones de ayer? Lo vimos ayer, lo vimos hoy. Pero destácame, por favor, una característica donde las industrias culturales tienen que hacer más foco o ir más rápido o donde tienen que priorizar en la integración de cultura y digital.
Well, I think it's important that cultural entities try to keep abreast as much as possible of these changes. Try to understand as much as possible that consumer desires are changing, that consumers want functionality to absorb whatever content they have in whatever different settings they have. Yes, there are cultural traditions that have lasted 100 years, 300 years, 500 years, yet at the same time, from my perspective, what geeks do, what computer enthusiasts do, what nerds do, however you want to phrase that, is they take old traditions and change them, make them more efficient, make them more palatable, make it so you can absorb that content at any given place. So I think the cultural community, particularly at this event, needs to think how that kind of mindset impacts the approach of what you're doing, whether it be a musical performance, a dance, a play, a performance, any kind of things like that. Again, we're moving to this age where, or we're in this age already, and moving even more deeply into it, where people want to be able to absorb content on their own time, on their own terms at any given spot.
Sí, yo no pude asistir a la parte del Festival de Música y Cine. ¿Qué innovaciones vistes el año pasado que te impactaron en este ámbito? Concretamente en el ámbito tanto de la música y también del cine.
For me, the most impressive part of the music event is simply just being a part of this space where there's, again, 2,000 bands coming in Austin in the space of 5 days. And what is so amazing about that is just feeling this energy of creativity and seeing that overtake the city in a time of the year where the weather is perfect and where it's just so incredible to be together. On the film side, lots of great premieres, and again, just adding that film component into this mix of digital creatives just makes for this very, very special environment where people can meet new people, create new ideas, create new partnerships. Again, take your career to the next level, and that's what South by Southwest is all about. That's as well what an event like this is all about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Creo que podemos empezar nuestra sesión, nuestros 30 minutos. Tengo el enorme placer y el privilegio de presentar a una mujer que lo sabe todo sobre el negocio digital, es Molly Barton, viene de Nueva York y a pesar de su insultante juventud conoce este negocio a la perfección, a pesar de ser tan nuevo. Ella empezó su carrera en el departamento de adquisiciones antes de entrar en el de publicaciones digitales, estrategia y desarrollo de negocios. En la actualidad es la directora de desarrollo global digital de Penguin en Penguin Random House y lidera las relaciones con los partnerships del mundo. Previamente ocupó el cargo de responsable editorial y de marketing en Viking Books y Oxford University Press. Se ocupa en Penguin de todo lo referido al negocio digital, lo que incluye aplicaciones, a los libros de lujo, los e-books de lujo y los especiales. Ha creado una startup en Penguin que se llama Book Country, que es una comunidad online en la que se ayudan los escritores unos a otros a escribir mejores libros, a encontrar su audiencia, su público natural y a cómo autoeditar. y además está en el equipo de la Startup Bookish. And go ahead.
Hola, buenos días. Muchas gracias al Ministerio de Cultura. Estoy encantado de estar aquí. Lo siento, solamente hablo un poco de español, por eso voy a hablar en inglés. Muchas gracias por la traducción. Today, I'm going to tell you about the new generation of social networks that I see emerging and why they will be important to the production and distribution of culture. First, I want to tell you a little bit about myself so you understand my approach to the projects that I'll describe and why I've focused my work in digital innovation and pushing boundaries. Even though I live in New York City today, I grew up on a farm at the end of a long dirt road, no neighbors for miles. And I really loved books. My mother was a librarian, and I really valued how reading books could transport me to other places. So that experience stayed with me. And when I was at university, I was focused on helping writers help other writers. And then I went on to work in book publishing as an editor, and I saw two big things happening in book publishing over the last 20 years. One, publishers were starting to get more and more information about how the books that were being published were selling, because with Nielsen BookScan, they were getting that information, whereas before BookScan was invented, they only knew how books that they published sold and not how books published by other publishing houses. So more and more, they were sort of learning about their own failure, whereas at the same time, self-publishing was becoming more and more accessible, free. And so when I was a young editor, the first novel I was pursuing, I had to have 27 people read it before I was allowed to make an offer. And I realized later I was just experiencing the conservatism that the publishing industry was going through in response to all of this new data. While I was going through this, I was watching writers self-publish. And they, I felt, were essentially dropping their book into the great ocean of the internet without any help, without any awareness. Nobody responded, no one bought it, no one cared. So, I have to advance this. Wait. So how to deal with these challenges? How do you write a good book? How do you create a great song, a great film? And perhaps even more difficult, how do you get anyone to care about it? Well, it's a solvable problem, but we need to think through the different approaches we can take. So, nerds have used the internet for decades to establish these intimate virtual communities. This is an early image of a bulletin board system, which began in the 60s and 70s. It was a way of talking and leaving messages for one another on the internet. But these early sort of social networks were not accessible to broad audiences. They were, not very many people had home computers, and they weren't very easy to use. The interface, if this looks familiar to you, I would be impressed. So the image of this guy here, he's the person who built the first bulletin board system. It was in the 1970s in Chicago, and there was a blizzard, so he had some extra time. So he and his friend built this bulletin board system. And if you're interested in thinking about scale and how many people were participating, this network supported conversation amongst 250,000 people at its largest. But that took quite a number of years to develop. So these social networks, I'm sure, are much more familiar to you. And they're very focused on scale. And we've sort of achieved global scale through Facebook, Twitter, other social networks. So now they're very effective catalogs of everyone and everything that they're saying and thinking. Obviously, not everyone is on but the reach is tremendous, millions and millions of people, and you can find anyone like that. However, this kind of everyone can say whatever they want at any moment kind of network is not very effective for artistic collaboration or creation. And so I believe that artists are just now learning how to use the internet for their own purposes that are more focused than friending people or broadcasting to deaf ears. So my point is that today, a high-value network is not about scale. It's about making sure that the right people are participating, not just lots of people. Here's an old example of what I'm calling an in-person social network. So Paris in the 20s. This is a picture of Ford Madox Ford, James Joyce, Ezra Pound, and John Quinn. And they were at Ezra Pound's apartment in Paris in 1921. And they were getting together for the weekend to talk about their writing. So you might not all have the time or friends who want to meet you in Paris to discuss your writing, but there are new platforms that I'm going to show you where you can do that virtually. Another example of an early social network is Mexico in the 30s. Perhaps you could consider it an artist social network. That's an image of Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera, and across town was their friend Leon Trotsky. So my point in showing you these pictures is to point out that there are these sort of schools of creativity, schools of thought, and once you discover as a reader or listening to music or observing art, once you discover one of those people, you start to discover all of their friends and the associated work and how it's connected. So how can we recreate those kinds of schools and make them less exclusive, make them more accessible, because anyone can join, it doesn't matter where you are, but you still need to create a situation where like-minded creators can come together. So this is where the new generation of specialized social networks comes in. So today I'm going to show you 3 different websites. The Talk House, which is a website where bands review other bands, rather than critics reviewing bands. A website called Seed and Spark, where filmmakers collaborate with other filmmakers. And my own startup that I created inside of Penguin called Book Country, which is a platform for writers to collaborate with other writers. So this is the Talk House. And there's an image of Annie Clark, who's a musician, reviewing Arcade Fire. And the point of the site, at least the way that they describe it, it's a startup based in New York, the Talk House. The way that they describe it is that musicians are particularly well equipped to write about music because it's their passion. And because they're not a critic, they're not driven to say something negative just for the sake of it. They're really trying to say something honest about the music because their integrity, their artistic integrity is on the line when they're making a comment about another musician. There are rules on the website. Only the artist being reviewed can respond to the review. So famously, before he passed away, Lou Reed reviewed Kanye West on the site, and so only Kanye West could respond to what Lou Reed had said about him, not anybody else. Musicians are talking to each other about business models. Here's an example of David Byrne. He's been very vocal about Spotify and other business models. And so here he's posing, the website is posing the question to other musicians on the site. Do you agree with his opinions that streaming services for music are bad for musicians because they're not earning enough money? Or do you have a different view on the matter? So Seed and Spark, this website is from out of California, from San Francisco. And you can see that they're still in beta, which means they just launched very recently and are trying to grow this community. And their idea is to bring filmmakers together for a number of different reasons. For the mundane to share equipment, to find other talent if they're looking for an editor, or they're looking for grip or various other people that they need on the cast and crew, and also for crowdfunding. So the website, they do require that if you want to post a film on the site, you submit what the film is, who's involved in making it, and why you want to make it. So then they review all the projects and decide which ones get posted. So the third example of a social network specifically for artists is Book Country, which is this platform that I built at Penguin. It's owned by Penguin and Penguin Random House. And members come to post works in progress, draft manuscripts, and get feedback from other writers. And the reason that I built the site was based on some of those stories I told you about being a young editor, wanting to acquire fiction that maybe pushed boundaries, maybe was challenging, and having trouble doing so, and also seeing the self-published authors really struggle to write a good book and to get anyone to care about it. So the thinking here is that writers can post their drafts. They can't actually post their draft until they read someone else's book and give them feedback. So that's the rule on Book Country. I can show you where that's explained. So you have to read someone else before you post your own work. And the site is really beginning to work. People post on average 6 drafts and get feedback from more than 5 people. And then they can go on to publish. They can publish on Book Country if they want to. That's quite easy. Or they can go on to traditionally publish. Quite a number of writers have been discovered by traditional publishing houses, including Penguin, but not all Penguin, from the site. 11 writers have gone on to publish with traditional publishers. But really the theory, from my point of view, is if you start developing these collegial relationships while you're still creating your project, you're actually developing your first audience. That those people who are your collaborators, once you go on to release your film or publish your book, will be supportive. They know how to talk about your work and how it connects to what else is out there and who might care about it. So a little bit of information on how Book Country is going since we launched. It's a pilot. It started as a pilot a couple of years ago. We officially launched in July of this year. And at this point, it's more than 12,000 members. We've grown almost 50% since the official launch. And one thing I'm really happy about, because I definitely, even though I started as an editor and I identify as a book person in a way, I also really focus on technology and try to spend as much time with startups as I can and sort of learn from them about how to build new businesses. So I'm very happy that we're growing over 6% week on week. Paul Graham, who runs the famous accelerator Y Combinator in California, says you should target between 6 and 8% growth week on week for community sites. So we're right in there and doing well on the one hand. But we're also resisting this sort of hot trend on the internet of the lowest common denominator user acquisition. We're not doing anything to try to just build that number of 12,000. We want to go slowly and attract members who are really focused on writing book-length work. It's very specific. We're not doing poetry. We're not doing children's literature. It's books written for teenagers and adults in English right now, hopefully Spanish soon. And let's see what else I can tell you. In comparison to, just to contrast the way that we're building the community as compared to other book-related sites, Wattpad, I don't know if you've heard of it, very popular site. They have over 1 million users and over 3 million pieces of content on the site, but this is how the users are talking to each other. This one says, "I hope today is my day." and wake up, it's day. Hi, everyone. So that sort of chatty conversation, it's not really focused on books, which is fine. It's just not what we're doing on Book Country. So in contrast, this is a review that one writer has given another. And you can see that it's divided into 3 sections. So there's overall feedback at the top, character development, and plot. And so they've been given ratings, 4 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, and then some actual written feedback as well. And this is very typical. This isn't like a extremely long review. It's very typical for Book Country. So these are writers who are being substantive, specific, and really helping each other become better writers. For Penguin, I get this question a lot, like, that's really great, but what is the point? So for Penguin, it's a multifaceted strategy. We're growing this network of writers in development for a lot of different reasons listed here. Writers are readers. They buy a lot of books. They're big fans. So having a relationship with them that's full of respect is really important to us as a publishing house, and dramatically reducing over time our per author investment. This is a much longer term strategy, but if we're aware of where talent is bubbling and we can bring those writers into the core business, then we could spend less money per book. Also, I'm not sure how significant this is in the Spanish book publishing market yet, but in the US, writers are really feeling like they have options now, that they can self-publish, that they can consider what path they want to take their project on. So it's causing interesting tension for traditional publishers, and they need to make sure that they're being clear about the value that they add when they take a project on. So for Penguin to have a self-publishing arm, this can help stem migration to Kindle Direct Publishing or other places that writers are publishing. And in the long term, if we grow this big community, there are lots of different ways that we could monetize it through services, education, design, etc. So this is a quote that I like from a book that I read recently. It's sort of a counter to Nicholas Carr's book, The Shallows, which was published a few years ago and basically said the internet is making us stupider. Clive Thompson says it's actually making us smarter, and he talks about it in many different ways, but this quote is from the 3rd chapter, which is about sort of the new literacy, and that the new literacy really includes writing just as much as it includes reading. And this quote was meaningful to me because I really think this is true. We have so many tools for creativity at this point, and we've done a lot of good work in terms of making our lives efficient enough in many parts of the world where we all have some time to engage in creative practice. And that creative practice makes us more interested in the people who are extremely talented or even genius level at what we're trying to do as a hobby. So I want to be clear about what's going on with these new social networks. They are much more, there are many more rules on them than on Twitter or Facebook, which in some ways are free for all. You can say whatever you want, anyone can reply. Obviously there are rules around who you connect yourself with and the level of permission in terms of who can see your photos and things like that. But the rules of engagement on these websites are what make them valuable places for creative process and collaboration. So on the Talkhouse, only the artist being reviewed can respond to the review. At Seed and Spark, the filmmakers have to explain what they're making, who the team is and why. And on Book Country, writers can't upload their own work until they give feedback to another writer. So what do these platforms mean more broadly for traditional media? Are they a threat? Are music labels going away, film distribution companies going away? That's not what I'm saying at all. I think these platforms for traditional media companies can be a bridge and a way to expand their relationship both with creators and with audience, because, as I was saying, those are intertwined. You can't really separate them. And then this is a question. Will they result in higher or lower quality content? Book Country, we don't vet the content on Book Country at all. We just ask that people give feedback to someone else. So there's all kinds of writing on the site. We started out with fantasy, science fiction, romance, mystery, thriller, but now we've opened it up and there's memoir, YA, all kinds of categories. And the quality of writing is all over the map. But I think over time, it will improve. But as I say, some of what's going on is we're giving people a place that's full of respect to engage in their amateur production. And then some of them will go on and become, this will become their career. And others will just really enjoy the process. But I do think the last point is perhaps the most interesting one. On Book Country, with 12,000 writers there, that's almost as many writers as Penguin has published since it was founded in 1935, excuse me. So the scale of writers that we're connecting with is dramatically bigger with this tool and this platform. And that means that we can support the growing of these communities like Paris in the 20s, like Mexico in the 30s, that are identifiable. So once a reader comes to Book Country and they find a mystery that they really love, they'll see all the other mystery writers who gave that person feedback, and they'll be able to go and look at their book and see if they're interested in their book. So I think we're getting more sophisticated at using the internet and making things visible and showing people these sort of schools of creativity and schools of thought and art can make it easier for fans to find what they're looking for. I have a couple of other slides that, if I had time, I wanted to show you, because it's not just the 3 websites that I talked about. So this is a site called Pledge Music, and it's very focused on crowdfunding for musicians. I was in Barcelona before I came down to Madrid, and a friend of mine was saying, this is really working. A lot of musicians are finding this as a good platform to begin their career. Slated is another film social network. This one is based in New York. And they're connecting, this one, unlike Seed and Spark, this is very connected to the traditional film industry. And so financing for film and sort of deal making that would otherwise happen in person is starting to happen some on this website. And then this is perhaps the most interesting. It's not just about art. There's a social network for scientists called ResearchGate. And this was created by Bill Gates. And there are over 3 million scientists of different kinds. This is a very cool website if you go there, because you can hover over that and it shows you that graphic changes in response to your movement and shows you the different kinds of scientists who are participating. And again, it says make your research visible. So post your work, find colleagues across the world who you might not otherwise have contact with, and collaborate with them. So, okay, I'm finished. Is it okay?
Perfecta de tiempo, y muchísimas gracias por este dibujo que has hecho sobre el panorama editorial en Internet y sobre las iniciativas. Perdón.
Okay.
Ya. Sí, decía que muchísimas gracias por este panorama que has dibujado sobre el mundo editorial, especialmente sobre iniciativas como las startups que has comentado. Molly, quería saber si a tu juicio es difícil desenvolverse en un mundo tecnológico como el tuyo, en un contexto en el que editores y libreros, básicamente, se resisten a abandonar el papel.
Well, I think it's been an interesting and challenging time for book publishers. But I think in large part we've successfully made the transition. We've all spent a lot of time and money digitizing our backlist and our front list and making ebooks available to buy legally in many, many different places and for many, many different devices. So, unlike, we watched what happened with the music industry, and we watched that 5-year period where Napster was making illegal downloads of music available, and there was nowhere legal to purchase music digitally. So we certainly, as soon as there was a viable device in the US market, which was first the Sony Reader and then the Kindle from Amazon, we moved incredibly quickly to just make sure that everything was available, that we had the rights to make available. So the biggest hurdle of making that happen is behind us. And now the question is, how will the balance between digital and physical evolve? Because at this point in the US, it's digital is over 30% of the market, but physical books are still more than 60%.
Comentabas en tu intervención que en la startup que has promovido en Book Country, que están asociados 12.000 escritores, y que esto era tanto como los escritores que había contratado alguna vez, había editado alguna vez Penguin desde 1935. Casi cualquiera puede publicar ahora en cualquier formato. ¿Hay lectores para tanto libro?
It's a great question. So yes, we're publishing, the world is publishing more content than ever before. Will there be readers for so many books? Probably not. Many people who self-publish never sell a copy. But I think this model of helping people understand how readers are responding to the work can be useful because it can improve the quality of the content. And, I should say that number, 12,000, is not, Penguin has published more than 12,000 writers, but in a particular country for Penguin, it is more. 12,000 is more. So the question of, can we consume everything we produce? I doubt it. I don't even think, if you think about the number of photographs taken, number of videos produced, there maybe isn't a way for us to consume everything that we're producing at this point, but we're enthusiastic, right, about learning to use these new tools that we have. So many people are experimenting, and what I see happen on Book Country, if people are not getting very much feedback from other writers because other writers think their book is not so good, they slowly fade away and they go on to spend their time doing something else.
Estos textos que habéis editado de estos lectores que leen a otros lectores, supongo que tenéis una contabilidad de cuántos leen cada texto. ¿Hay textos que no lee nadie, que se quedan huérfanos de lectores?
We really focus on pointing out to members which books haven't been reviewed yet. So we have a place called Waiting to be Discovered, where we show the books that haven't been reviewed by other people. But it's also very connected to, what I'm asking writers to do on the site is very connected to what the advice I gave to writers when I first started in publishing. So people would always say, what do I do? How do I get published? How do I get an agent? And I would say, what are the books that you admire that are similar to the book that you're working on? Go to the bookstore, look in the acknowledgments, and you will see the agent who's representing the writer thanked, and you'll see the editor thanked, and you can see which publishing house published it, and then learn more about that publishing house and what particular kind of work they're doing. So, and support the writers that you love. Be a good fan. Show up to readings. Buy books. So, participate in the community that you want respect from. Give respect before respect is given to you.
En 1935, hace a lo mejor 10 años, se han de pasar tantos filtros en una editorial para que publiquen. Tú hablabas de 27 personas antes de que a ti te permitieran decidir si algo era publicable o no, y aquello te hartó definitivamente en esa dirección. Antes publicar era casi sinónimo o se traducía en tener lectores, porque el lector pensaba, esto ha pasado una serie de filtros, no publican a cualquiera. Ahora esto ha cambiado radicalmente. Es el mejor antídoto contra la vanidad, ¿no? de los escritores que creen que tienen algo que decir a alguien y que no pasan más allá de ser publicados. O sea, ya la autoedición o la publicación no es garantía de nada.
Well, I think that filters are important and increasingly important, as you say, with so much content out there. How do we decide what to spend time on when all of us are working so hard and very busy and with family and everything? How do you choose, which precious pieces of media will I get to consume in my life? I actually have a friend who has calculated how many books, knowing the speed at which she reads, how many books she can read before she dies. So she's making these really careful choices. ¿Cuántos? I don't know. No sé.
¿Cuántos va a poder leer?
I'm not sure. I could guess, but I really have no idea. So how can you make these choices about what to spend time on? Filters are, including publishers, very important, and I don't think that will go away. I do think, though, that publishers do have an opportunity, perhaps, to make the editor more visible as a way for readers to find a thread between books. So editors, there is an intellectual through line. There's a reason that they buy the books that they buy, and they might not all be novels. Some of them might be nonfiction, other things. But there's something there, and the way that you might choose a film based on the director, you also might want to choose a book based on who the editor is. But one other thing I want to say about what happens outside of the walls of filtered media and books. So one of the reasons that I was really interested in creating Book Country and focusing at first on mystery, science fiction, fantasy, thriller, romance was because those are the categories that feed film and TV. Those categories of books often become movies or TV shows. And the speed of storytelling innovation that's going on there is too fast in some ways, for traditional publishers to keep up with. They're blending elements of genre convention, romance to science fiction, mixing these together in a way that is incredibly interesting and difficult to publish because they don't fit into the expected standards. So I think that if you bring those writers together, the speed of storytelling innovation could even increase, but interesting things could happen when those books go from book form into other media.
Parece claro que el deseo de las startups y los editores es el deseo de trabajar juntos, pero no se acaba de materializar. ¿Algún editor español está en esta onda? ¿Va en el camino adecuado?
Yeah, this is an interesting question, and certainly I would say my colleagues at now called Penguin Random House Grupo Editorial are doing interesting things. They have a dedicated digital site called Flash. They also are collaborating with Planeta, and they created their own startup in a way called Nubico. So that's an interesting project. And then there's a publishing house called Roca, and they're collaborating with a New York-based startup called Open Road Media. And Open Road Media was created by Jane Friedman, who was formerly the CEO of HarperCollins in New York, which is one of the big 6 publishers or big 5 publishers in New York. And she left that corporate world to create a new breed of publisher, very focused on digital ebooks and new ways of marketing. And so, but she focused actually on older books, on bringing back the work of authors who had been sort of set aside or published, 20 or 30 years ago, and reintroducing them to new audiences in digital form. So she's collaborating with Roca here.
¿Cuál es, en tu opinión, en los próximos 5 años, todo el mundo digital va muy rápido, pero en los próximos 5 años, acabas de hablar del libro antiguo, ¿los libros antiguos van a ser los libros en papel?
No funciona.
Don't work the translation. Yeah? Okay, that's right. Decía, acabas de hablar de libros antiguos. En tu opinión, dentro de 5 años, ¿puede que el libro antiguo sea el libro en papel? Simplemente en papel.
Simplemente en
Simplemente
papel.
en papel.
Pienso que... Ay, gracias. Ok. Lo siento. Ok, otra vez. Sí,
no pasa nada. Te decía que acabas de referirte a los libros antiguos, la edición de libros antiguos como un objeto de lujo. Te preguntaba si piensas que dentro de 5 años el libro antiguo simplemente será el libro en papel.
I think that it's going to be a mix. I really think that what's going on in the US, and we're starting to see this in other markets as well, is the pace of ebook sales is slowing down, so flattening. And I think this is not because ebooks are unpopular or because people are changing their mind about how they want to read, but more because there was great enthusiasm, there were all these new devices, so people were trying ebooks and buying a lot of them and experimenting. And now, myself included, I read a mix. I read some paper books, I read some digital books, and I do think that...
Muchísimas gracias, Molly. Muchísimas gracias, Hugh, por compartir vuestras experiencias. Tenemos media hora de descanso. Por favor, ser muy respetuosos con el regreso a la sala a las 11:15, dado que tenemos las otras 2 ponencias plenarias. Muchísimas gracias. A continuar con el programa de las plenarias. En primer lugar va a hablar Nick Stanhope y luego una conversación con Arantxa Mellado y seguidamente luego tendremos a Pablo Arrieta en conversación con David González. Os recuerdo, por favor, que cuando terminemos a las 12:30 despejemos la sala lo más rápido posible para que el equipo de seguridad haga su trabajo. Y os recuerdo también, por favor, que luego a la 1:15 estemos todos de vuelta en la sala para que el inicio de la entrega de premios de los 6 finalistas del concurso Emprende con Cultura lo podamos hacer en el tiempo debido. Muchísimas gracias por vuestra colaboración.
Buenos días. Parece que no se me oye. Buenos días a todos. Seguidamente tenemos con nosotros a Nick Stanhope, que es el director ejecutivo de una empresa sin ánimo de lucro que se llama We Are What We Do, que desarrolla sobre todo proyectos sociales, uno de los cuales nos va a explicar hoy Nick, History Pin. Adelante, Nick, gracias.
Thank you very much and good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be invited to speak today, and as our work becomes more international, it's been very exciting to listen to and speak to people we might collaborate with around the world. So my name is Nick Stanhope, and I run an organization based in London called We Are What We Do. We Are What We Do is a not-for-profit behavior change company, and our focus is on the relationship between big, complex social, environmental, and health problems, and the simple, everyday behaviors of lots of people. So we're obsessed with that relationship, and we aim to design products and services that can affect those everyday behaviors in positive ways, and therefore have a tangible, measurable effect on some of those social, environmental, and health issues. And I'm here today to tell you about one of those projects called History Pin, which was created as a response to some of the problems that have emerged in our communities around the gap between older and younger generations, the gap in identity, the gap in values, the gap in understanding. But before I tell you more about our understanding of those social issues and the way in which we responded to them, I just want to tell you a little bit about a personal story that was very important to me in the development of History Pin. Sorry, we have a slight clicker deficiency. Sorry, everybody. There has to be at least one technical fault with presentations, otherwise it wouldn't be a presentation. There we go, here we are. Okay, so I'd like to introduce my grandmother, who is on the right-hand side of the picture as you look at it. And before my grandmother passed away, unfortunately, a few years ago, we spent a lot of time together talking about old stories from her life and looking at old photographs and films and documents and letters. And she shared a huge amount of stories, and it was a very important part of our relationship. And as is always the case, I wish that I had done it more often and earlier. But this particular photograph was special to us because of a story that she told about it. It's taken in the summer of 1943 in a small village in Leicestershire, which is in the middle of England. Thank you. And she told a story about it that was very exciting to her. Just after it was taken, 4 American GIs drove down the road behind this field in this little village in Leicestershire, partway through the Second World War. And my grandmother was very attractive, and it was also probably quite a short skirt for the 1940s. And these American soldiers drove down the road and got very distracted by my grandmother and veered into the ditch and crashed. And my grandmother loved telling that story, I thought the story was going to end with her saying that one of the American GIs was my grandfather, but I knew that I didn't have an American grandfather, so I shouldn't have expected that. But it was a lovely story. It was an important part of our relationship for me to understand where she'd, her life better, and it led me into a process of wanting to find out more about this particular time and this particular place. Not necessarily a genealogical journey, but about this time and this place. And I've always been fascinated by this idea that every spot on the planet has a column of history extending out beneath it. Every single spot, this stage, and everywhere we've walked today has a rich history. It's often an unrecorded and unremembered history, but it's a history nevertheless. And we share experiences of those spaces. And therefore, the history of those spaces is something that could bring us together. So as an organization that's looking to find ways of using technology to bring people together, this idea of shared memory and shared space became quite interesting to us. So I went out and I had lots of conversations with people about this particular village and this particular time. If I could go to the next slide, please. This is the village in the middle of Leicestershire. If we can move on. I'll just put my hand up for the next slide, if that's okay. So I had lots of conversations with people. I gathered lots of materials and memories. The picture in the bottom right-hand corner is of the same road that these American soldiers drove down in the 1940s. The picture above that is an old lady sitting next to the road about 10 years before that in the 1930s. Then I also found pictures of someone learning to ride a horse on the same road in the 1920s. And then I spent a lot of time speaking to a family in the local area whose home used to be a hotel, and found lots of stories from people who had stayed in this hotel. And essentially what I was doing was gathering a little communal archive of this village in Leicestershire via lots of conversations with people, older people, younger people, people who had lived in the village, worked in the village. And this was a very valuable experience. It created connections between people. It created connections between generations. And it's the kind of experience that is going on all over the world all the time. People share stories about their families, about their communities, about things that interest them. At the same time, We Are What We Do was doing research around the nature and the extent of the intergenerational divide, which has become a very damaging and consequential problem, particularly in the UK and the US. I think in Spain and Portugal and South America, the bonds between generations are slightly stronger and the bonds between communities are slightly stronger, but I still see, and research shows that those gaps between older and younger generations are tangible all the way around the Western world in particular. In the UK, one particularly damaging consequence is a very high level of isolation of older people. And there are about 800,000 older people in the UK that only have one piece of social contact a week. They only interact with one other human being once a week. And there are millions more that have very, very small amounts of contact. And the way in which we value and appreciate older generations in our society is not what it should be. And so I was taking these personal experiences and this research and combining them into ideas of how we could try and scale up and preserve and multiply some of the benefits of the activities that I'd been going through. So we started experimenting with technology. And of course, fairly easily, you can imagine how these materials can be mapped. Just adding them in geographical location on Google Map was a very simple next step to explore how they, once transferred into digital content, they could be mapped out. Then we started looking at how you could present more context for these cultural materials. So the image on the top right, no, back one, please. The image on the top right is from Street View, and it's an exact replica of the one on the left. And then, of course, also placing that pin on a map, placing it on a timeline. That contextual information makes it feel more relevant and more exciting. And during all of this time, when we were developing these ideas, we had something called the 16-year-old boy test. And the 16-year-old boy test was based on the idea that most 16-year-old boys do not find history particularly exciting, particularly local history. Thank you very much. Fantastic, thank you. So, most 16-year-old boys do not find history particularly exciting. And if you stick an old photo up on the wall in a classroom full of 16-year-old boys, they will not be particularly excited by that experience. However, if you use creativity and technology and inject that into our cultural heritage materials, then it can bring it to life in really interesting ways. So one of the things we experimented with was overlaying historical images onto modern street view backgrounds, which this little clip may show. Okay, it's not shown, but that's okay. But essentially this idea of fading in and out of historical and modern images. That became a particularly interesting technological experiment that we explored. We took this idea in about the middle of 2009 to Google, and we said, we want to use your mapping tools, but maybe you'd also like to support the project in other ways. And they said, yes, that sounds good. And between mid-2009 and mid-2011, we worked very closely with Google on the technology to develop some interesting tools. And at the same time, we got our core social objectives in place for HistoryPin. And those are twofold. First of all, to multiply social capital in local communities. Social capital, without going into too much detail, is something we spend a lot of time focusing on. It's the glue that binds communities together. It's the associational life, it's the behavioral norms, it's the social trust, it's when neighbors know each other and work together and collaborate. And in the UK particularly, and in many Western countries, levels of social capital have disintegrated very rapidly. And I'm very interested in the relationship between technology and local social capital. Some technology can increase our local social capital. Some technology can decrease it. And there's a sociologist in the United States called Robert Putnam who believes that the arrival of the television was hugely responsible for the disintegration of community life in America, because it took people's social experiences from outside of the house, inside the house, almost exclusively. But at the same time, there are lots and lots of uses of technology that increase contact between human beings. And a trend that I'm going to come back to over and over is how technology can be harnessed, how culture and technology can be harnessed to bring people together in person and develop strong relationships. The second major issue, which I've talked a little about before, is to increase connections in older age. If a history pin is successful, then it will drive people to want to find out more about their local cultural heritage. And it will therefore drive people to the gatekeepers of that cultural heritage, which is the older people in their communities, and increase their connectedness. So history pin consists of a set of digital tools and a series of community and education programs. It's very important that we always are striving to generate these conversations and these activities in local communities. And we use technology in order to generate face-to-face contacts a lot of the time. A short demonstration of the tools. No, just a shot of the tools. Essentially, HistoryPin is built upon a large map, which can be searched by place and by time, and allows you to add and explore different types of cultural heritage materials. Photographs, videos, documents, letters, a whole range of different materials. And over the last 2 years, about 55,000 people have contributed about 300,000 pins to HistoryPin. And millions of people explore those pins through the smartphone applications and through the website. And it allows people to do interesting things with those cultural heritage materials, to curate them, to overlay them on Street View, to tell stories around them. And one of the most interesting parts of this has been about bringing institutional collections from libraries and archives and museums together with personal collections and seeing how they blend together and tell stories in different ways. And about 1,500 institutions have contributed to this. There's a network across Europe, which many of you will know about, called Europeana. And Europeana is an example of one of those collaborative networks of institutions that can feed and fuel a socially minded, culturally minded project like this one. And we've also run around 50 local community projects in different parts of the world. And we are very keen to extend that community engagement work in Spain and Portugal and South America. And we're excited by how these projects can overlap online experiences with offline experiences, online conversations with offline conversations. And that's a really fascinating meeting point for us. Our work with libraries and archives and museums and cultural institutions is very much around participation, as well as it's around sharing collections. And we've run many events within libraries and archives and museums where they've invited the public in to explore and enrich and tell stories around their collections, driving participation rather than just viewing. For an organization that is obsessed with its impact on particular social issues, we measure that work and evaluate that work very, very carefully. And it's all very well starting out with particular objectives around social problems, but you have to track and measure that impact. It's the most important part of our work. And with HistoryPin, we've been able to see, and this is a data visualization of one of those evaluations, that there is a tangible impact on intergenerational contact, on associational life, on behavioral norms, both during a HistoryPin project and afterwards. So what is happening at a community level has been very tangibly measured, and we're very excited by how we can scale that up. So I would like to give you a very honest appraisal of 5 big things that we've learned and how those overlap with major technological and cultural trends. So to lift the lid on some of our experiences over the last few years with HistoryPin. First of all, and I think this marries up with some of the things that Molly was talking about in the previous talk. We started out with HistoryPin thinking very big. We thought we want to create a map of the world's history with billions of pieces of content. And we still do kind of want to do that, but actually that's much, much less important than the very, very small units of participation, the very, very small communities that participate on HistoryPin. And just in the same way that a major social media trend is moving towards more niche, specific communities, so we found exactly the same thing on HistoryPin. People want to use it for very specific purposes that relate to their own interests, to their community, to their football club, to a building that's very important to them, to a grandparent, and to build community around these very specific purposes. So at the moment, we're entirely redeveloping our technology, and it's going to be based almost completely around supporting these very small, specific groups of people working on very small, specific projects. That's also defining the way that we work with cultural institutions. So to give you an example, we're running a project with a series of older people in a care home where they're telling their life stories from living in the area. And we're working with several local museums. And when a particular event comes up within the storytelling, we then work with museums to unlock content from their collections that could be relevant to that story. So it's reused within the storytelling. So rather than having a digitization process going on over here and a community storytelling process going on over here, bringing those things together into kind of micro loops of collaboration within communities between cultural institutions and community groups. The second big thing that we've learned is that our technology needs to be sophisticated and incredibly simple. It's interesting when people talk about technology trends that they're really talking about trends that affect a fairly small number of people for quite a long time before they affect everybody else. There are about 10 million people in the UK who are completely offline, completely non-digital. And those numbers are similar across Europe and across much of South America and across much of North America. They're actually slightly higher in a lot of those countries. So there's always a large number of people that are completely non-digital. And there's another group of people, probably in the UK about another 10 million adults, who use a very, very small number of sites and services. It's between 0 and 5 a month. So you've got this group of people who are on Twitter, on Instagram, sharing their lives, immersing themselves in technology, adopting wearable technologies. But I would say that they are much smaller than a lot of us imagine. And there are huge swathes of people that are using technology in very, very simple ways. And of course, that use will evolve and grow. But I think an important trend, or a kind of counter trend, is to bridge the gap between the technical elite and lots of other people who are using technology in much, much simpler ways. For us, this is coming back to these kind of community environments, which is so important. If we use technology in this environment, it would be unhelpful. It would reduce the collaboration, the cooperation between the two people. And that's why when we do introduce technology, it has to be incredibly simple. At the same time, this is an example of we found a piece of audio content that related to an image from the 1950s of a man talking about when he used to run a shop. And then we found the modern street view background, and we overlaid the two and played the audio file on top of that. That's very technologically sophisticated to do, and it's incredibly exciting. And it shows how cultural materials can be synthesized and brought to life in very exciting ways using technology. So you've got this simplicity, and you've got this sophistication which needs to happen at the same time, and is a challenge. And it's all very well just becoming incredibly technologically advanced, but actually a lot of people get left behind if that's your only priority. Okay, the third big learning is that we need a grown-up business model. By a grown-up business model, I mean something that is genuinely sustainable and entrepreneurial. It's very easy with cultural projects and social projects to have very basic business models. We go and ask this government department for money. We go and ask this donor for money. We go and ask these people for money. Over the last few years, within HistoryPin, we've developed a balance between grants on the one hand and commercial services on the other hand. I mean, it's a not-for-profit project, and it's a non-commercial project, but we can deliver commercial services using the technology that generate profits back into supporting HistoryPin. So we've started to become slightly more sophisticated. But over the next 18 months, as we redevelop our technology and redevelop our business models, it's very important that we become more sophisticated and more entrepreneurial. And that we launch, we will never have advertising. We wouldn't have anything as explicitly commercial as that. But we will explore lots of different entrepreneurial ways of building in income streams, becoming self-sustainable. And it's our aim within 2 years for all of the core costs from HistoryPin to be covered by regular sustainable income streams. That may be subscriptions for professional services. That may be professional tools for institutions or for businesses. And then any grant funding that we have builds on top of that, so we're never reliant on that. The next one is very exciting, and is this idea of what we call collaborative mystery solving. So some of you will work in media organizations or in cultural organizations which have collections, and they could be across photography or documents or film or whatever it is. Contained within those collections are millions and millions of mysteries, things that we don't know about those collections. Dates, locations, people, the stories behind them. All of that contextual information is a fascinating opportunity to engage the community in collaborative mystery solving. It's also called metadata crowdsourcing, which is a kind of technical term for it. But essentially it's about people collaborating to add new information to cultural collections. And technology is a fantastic opportunity to increase the scale of that collaborative mystery solving. And to give you some examples of that, very simple examples, we've run all sorts of projects that take cultural collections to the communities that they're relevant to and invite them to have conversations about the information related to them. So this is in a pub in a village in Wiltshire. We took 50 pictures of some rural farming collections, and we invited people to enrich them, and we had the most wonderful afternoon imaginable. And we've done this all over the world since with different collections. People loved contributing dates and locations and tagging keywords and identifying objects within the pictures and providing the context. So all of the missing information related to collections is a fantastic opportunity for this type of community engagement and collaboration. This is another example. This is a piece of material from the Imperial War Museum in London, from a collection of photographs called the Q Series. And the Q Series is 120,000 First World War images, which the Imperial War Museum have digitized for the first time. And they know very little about these photographs, very little. And we've been running a series of sessions with very different groups of people, with experts and young people and just people who take an interest in the First World War, people who just like photography, to research as much information as we possibly can about each of these photographs. And it is a fascinating process. And for each photograph, we found hundreds of pieces of information through those collaborative experiences that were useful. And they were useful for the institution, and they were also useful from an academic point of view. And we have a series of major academic partners around the world for whom this collaborative mystery solving, this metadata crowdsourcing is incredibly interesting. We work particularly closely with Stanford University in California on a project which is taking the work of 3 academics, one looking at the history of trains, one looking at the history of the Bay Area and environmental change in the Bay Area, and one looking at the history of British novels in the 19th century. And we're designing a series of activities and tools that allow the public to contribute to this academic research by contributing ideas and information and crowdsourcing collections. In citizen science, this idea of public crowdsourcing for academic purposes is quite common now. There are quite a lot of good examples of it. But within humanities, it's a little bit more complicated because it tends to be using the crowd to generate knowledge rather than just using the crowd for capacity. So an example of using the crowd for capacity would be asking them to monitor something, to monitor changes in the local environment, to alert scientists to the first signs of spring. They're very important, and I'm not belittling them, but it's very easy to validate that kind of information. You know, the same person says the same thing 3 times, and that's fine. When it comes to humanities crowdsourcing and using the crowd for knowledge, it's much more complicated, but also in a way more exciting, because people have to collaborate, they have to research, they have to go and talk to people, and they have to find out things together. Finally, I think what we've learned is that the possibilities of a global community collaborating around cultural heritage are endless and extraordinary. And you know, we are a very young project with a relatively, as I said, around kind of 300,000 pins have been contributed to History Pin. And there are billions and billions of materials and memories that could be contributed. But I think as we rebuild our technology and our business models over the next year, and as we become properly international, so History Pin will be a proper multilingual experience from the end of 2014, and as we develop partnerships across Europe, across South America, across different parts of the world, we are able to tap into a very powerful force within people's lives, which is the relationship between them and the people around them and their shared cultural heritage. This idea, coming back to this idea of each community, each spot on the planet having a shared history. And if people can come together and describe and share and enrich that local history, then you're doing 2 very powerful things. You're generating relationships and conversations and understanding between different communities, different cultures, and different generations. They all share common experiences around these places. And secondly, you're generating the most fantastic wealth of content, or you're uncovering a fantastic wealth of content at the same time. And you're enriching it, and you're adding context to it. And I think this key trend that I'm most excited about is how people use technology to generate that face-to-face contact, that face-to-face collaboration, that local community life. That it doesn't become a means of divorcing people from other people in real life. Please feel very free to get in touch if you'd like to work with us as we expand across Spain and Portugal and South America. I've tweeted these slides if you'd like the slides, with the videos embedded in them so you'll be able to watch the videos. Thank you again for welcoming and inviting me here. It's been a real honor to talk to all of you and meet all of you. And I very much hope to get a chance to talk to more of you after the talk. Thank you.
This is great. Bueno, muchas gracias, Nick. Por necesidades de la organización, disponemos de tiempo solo para una pregunta. Creo que Nick no me ha entendido todavía. ¿Ahora, Nick? ¿Sí? Bueno, le estaba diciendo al público que por necesidades de la organización disponemos solo de tiempo para una pregunta y escasamente 30 segundos, un minuto para responderla. Yo creo que a todos, bueno, nos ha quedado claro que el año que viene es posible que tengamos un History Pin en español para España y para Iberoamérica. La verdad es que lo esperamos con entusiasmo. Y quizá sería bueno dedicar estos 30 segundos, este minutito, para que nos cuentes un poquito más de We Are What We Do, los otros proyectos sociales que tiene, que creo que vale la pena que el público los conozca.
Of course. Our work, a very short, concise answer to this, our work is focuses, our starting point is always particular social, environmental and health issues, and then out of a research and development phase, we create a particular product or service. So at the moment, the issues we're looking at are fast food and youth health. We have a major obesity crisis in the UK and in many other parts of the world, and we're developing new fast food services that can exist and thrive in poor areas of major cities like London. We have another project around mental health, which is looking at the relationship between technology and mental health, and we're currently developing a video game based on biofeedback technology that allows gameplay to increase well-being. And then we're also working on a food waste project. In the UK, I'm actually not sure what the figures are here, but in the UK, we throw away around 1/3 of the food we buy, which is crazy. And we're looking, it has a huge environmental impact, so we're developing some services around how to reduce food waste. So we have quite an eclectic set of issues, but it's always applying the same approach, which is product design and trying to develop something that people really love and people really enjoy and people really find useful, rather than people feel like they're obliged to use.
Es una pena que no tengamos más tiempo. Seguiríamos hablando contigo, ¿okay? Mucho rato más. Muchas gracias. Gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias, Nick. Invito a Pablo Arrieta y a David, por favor, que suban al escenario. Disculpar estos cambios de última hora, pero la organización me ha pedido que despejemos la sala a las 12:25. No obstante, ambos ponentes van a estar disponibles durante el descanso para cualquier pregunta que queráis hacer que no hemos podido hacer durante la conversación. Muchísimas gracias.
Sí, ahora. Buenos días. Me han dicho que presente a Pablo Arrieta en menos de 2 minutos y es como resumir 100 años de soledad en un post-it. Así que voy a hacer lo mejor posible. Voy a resumir quién es Pablo Arrieta. Porque después de conocerlo ayer, creo que la mejor manera de presentar a Pablo es escucharlo.
Hola. Voy a ser rápido porque creo literalmente he pasado más tiempo en los chequeos de seguridad de este evento que oyéndome. pero afortunadamente conocí a Juan Carlos, que es uno de los de seguridad, y por primera vez pude pasar derecho, porque ya sabe que no bajé nada. Bien, entonces, gracias. Gracias a todos los que han hecho posible esto, porque los voy a llevar al otro lado, donde este tipo dijo hace varios siglos, go west, es decir, Cristóbal Colón. Cristóbal Colón se fue para el continente al que yo pertenezco, que es América, y arranquemos con Guatemala. Cuando ustedes me invitan acá a hablar de innovación, ustedes se imaginarán que yo voy a hablar de innovadores que salen de Guatemala, como Luis Bonan. Luis Bonan, ¿quién es? Es el creador del Duolingo. No sé cuántos de ustedes están utilizando esta aplicación, pero es una aplicación increíble que le sirve a la gente para ir jugando un videojuego o con la técnica del videojuego ir aprendiendo un idioma, que puede ser francés, italiano, todo es gratis. ¿Y por qué es gratis? Porque en los niveles más avanzados lo ponen a uno a traducir textos, que uno tiene que hacer gratis, porque está aprendiendo. Pero ellos los están vendiendo a las personas que necesitan traducciones. Es decir, mi tarea les sirve a alguien, y eso a mí me parece completamente justo. Por otro lado, ustedes pensarían que les voy a hablar de Andrés Barreto, colombiano, que es el creador de Group Shark y OnSwipe. Andrés Barreto tiene en este momento la asombrosa suma de 25 años, es un peladito. Pero yo vengo de Colombia y en Colombia la gente innova en las calles. Esto es parando en algún semáforo y uno ve cómo venden minutos, que en este momento me vendría bien comprar unos cuantos para hacer más larga la presentación, pero no. Estos son minutos de celular y esto le pone los pelos de punta a ciertas empresas, pero a mí me parece muy lindo, porque es la gente apropiándose de la tecnología, haciendo lo que puede con ella. Ahora bien, vamos a Panamá, donde estuve hace unas semanas. Nos cruzamos también con el príncipe. Él estuvo allá entregando el evento, arrancamos, pero era mucho más relajado todo, de pronto el Caribe. Y lo que ocurre... Lo que ocurrió allá es que el príncipe nos contó cómo llegó el español a América Latina y nos lo contó. Mientras tanto yo iba dibujando, me tocó doblar mi tableta así para que cupiera bien. Pero el príncipe nos contaba cómo la conquista pacífica fue con libros en América Latina. Y del Quijote llegaron 9 ejemplares a Cusco. 9. Y miren todo lo que se ha hecho. Y en este momento estamos hablando de gente que con 500.000 ejemplares no hace nada. Evidentemente hay demasiados libros y eso nació y fue escrito antes de Internet. Cuando el príncipe dijo que al final de toda la cadena está el lector, un buen lector puede vivir reviviéndose. Eso me encantó, porque es realmente lo que ocurre. Yo les podría mostrar la foto de Mario Vargas Llosa hablando con Rosa Montero, pero me parece más interesante que sea un local el que se los muestre.
Bueno, estamos aquí nuevamente en el Teatro Ayazo. Vamos a terminar con la exposición de Mario Vargas Llosa con la presentación de su nuevo libro, Un héroe discreto.
Bueno, sobre todo de uno, de dos, un libro muy dual, de Rigoberto y de...
Eso me encanta, porque este chico lo descubrí allá y él estaba transmitiendo en tiempo real, en vivo y en directo, todo el evento, todo el Congreso Internacional de la Lengua. Y lo estaba haciendo, él se llama Graving, lo estaba haciendo con ese computadorcito. El de adelante es un computador que se llama el Balboa, el de atrás es un laptop. Todos los aparatitos, el robot lo hizo él, está en el colegio, tiene 16 años, tiene un canal de YouTube con algunos cientos de personas conectadas y acaba de hacer un documental que se llama Solo tú no puedes. O sea, solos no podemos. Y es bellísimo porque este es un chico en Panamá contándonos una verdad de a puño de lo que ocurre en el mundo digital. Y eso me hizo conocer en la visita a Panamá a este pirata que se llama William Dampier. Nunca lo había oído. Y yo adoro los piratas y no sabía quién era este tipo. Claro, para los correos del Ecuador y para todos los que hablamos español, este es un horrible saqueador. Pero resulta que cuando uno lo googlea, uno se da cuenta que todas las imágenes son muy bonitas en otros países. Y si miramos Wikipedia, esta es la página de Wikipedia de William Dampier, pero si miramos la inglesa, esta es la página de Wikipedia de William Dampier. Ustedes dicen, ¿es igual? No. Voy a comparar las dos y se van a dar cuenta que, William Dampier en la latina carece de algo que está en la inglesa. su arma más importante, la de William Dampier, fueron los libros. Es el único pirata que le dio la vuelta al mundo 3 veces. Y en cada uno de sus viajes le daba por hacer lo que otros hacemos en la actualidad, dibujitos. Y estos dibujitos son bellísimos porque él, cuando iba saqueando, también recogía hojitas y las dibujaba, o los pescaditos que estaban por ahí. Y esto inspiró a este tipo de cosas. Es decir, él terminaba sus saqueos, llegaba a Inglaterra, publicaba libros y se hacía buena plata para volverse a echar a la mar. Qué bueno, ¿no? Eso ni Pérez Reverte. Pero lo interesante de este señor es que inspiró a un muchacho de apellido Humboldt. Y en los escritos de este otro señor, bastante más conocido, porque nos habla de la evolución de las especies, Charles Darwin llama a William Dampier el viejo Dampi. Así es que toca tener cuidado con los piratas, porque los piratas muchas veces son los que mejor están utilizando los recursos que te ha dado la naturaleza y tu tiempo. William Dampier descubre Australia y la deja descubierta para que luego el capitán Cook se lleve los honores. Pero si ustedes miran en este mapa de Nueva Holanda, ahí está la costa australiana, porque fue donde él llegó. Y bien, mapa, porque yo venía hacia este sitio y me dio por mirar en Google. Y afortunadamente existe algo que es que yo puedo comparar, porque yo estaba asustado, al parecer me iban a alojar en un basurero. O sea, según Google, este no existe, pero afortunadamente existen los mapas de Apple y ellos han tenido que actualizarlos un poquito y miren, a un lado tenemos el mapa de Apple y al otro lado tenemos el mapa de Google. Fíjense lo importante que es, como decía ayer Frédéric Martel todo el tiempo, chequear las cosas, double check, y eso es lo que nos toca hacer todo el tiempo. Porque esta es nuestra realidad, estos son los taxistas de Bogotá. Cuando ustedes vayan a mi ciudad los van a recibir personas que tienen GPS, que tienen dispositivos, tabletas en sus carros y todo cortesía de una aplicación que se llama Tapsi. Si ustedes miran, la industria de los taxis sacó sus propias aplicaciones que solamente han sido descargadas 21,000 veces. Tapsi, que es sacada por una persona que está fuera de la industria de los taxis, ha sido descargada 600,000 veces. Estamos hablando que los disruptores no es por mamar gallo. Todas las revoluciones en las industrias vienen de fuera, no vienen de las personas que están haciendo las cosas porque ellos están preocupados en su cheque del mes siguiente, no en ver cómo destruyo mi empresa para empezar algo nuevo. La neutralidad web es algo importante. Yo pude ver los dos mapas porque resulta que la web no es televisión. Nosotros no tenemos un contrato solamente con los mapas de Google o solamente con los mapas de algo. Y esto es bien importante porque tenemos que hacer campañas en toda América y en todo el mundo para defender esa libertad de la web. De lo contrario, vamos a ver cómo las telefónicas nos empiezan a ofrecer un servicio de música sobre otro. Y cuando yo busque los Pet Shop Boys, si al dueño de esa telefónica le parece que los homosexuales no son interesantes, me los saca. Y eso le pasó a los Pet Shop Boys en 1994 en MTV, cuando descubrieron los gringos, curiosamente, que eran gay. A ver, por eso murieron. Erasure, los Pet Shop Boys y otros grupos que desaparecieron de la televisión. Ojalá no pase lo mismo en Internet. Bueno, Netflix ha revolucionado las cosas como consumimos nosotros en América Latina. Claro, en países que están en vías de desarrollo, como España, todavía no ha llegado. Y yo intenté seguir viendo algo. Y resulta que cuando quise ver, yo quería mostrarles un pedacito de una película para que vean cómo son los pioneros latinoamericanos. Porque la última película que me he visto es El Santos versus la Tetona Mendoza. Esto es de Trino. Que Trino ha hecho estos dibujos toda la vida y ahora están en Netflix. Es decir, no tienes que visitar el Perla Negra para consumir las películas de Trino porque él las está poniendo donde toca. Y esto viene de México y yo lo estaba viendo en Colombia. Esta es la realidad. Esta es la señora que vende flores al lado de mi casa y esta señora está viendo con su hijo televisión en su dispositivo móvil. Ayer yo oía gente súper puristas, que la pantalla de plasma, que el tamaño, que los parlantes, que esta es la realidad de Latinoamérica. Mientras el iPad vale $1,000, hay gente que está consumiendo cosas con el producto de su día, que está por debajo de los $10, 20, 30, 50. Entonces, ¿cómo vas a forzar a la gente que tenga más dinero del que realmente tú le estás dando? Y vámonos a Venezuela, donde hay otra cosa que me parece increíble. En Venezuela todo el mundo tiene Twitter. Un panadero tiene 253.000 seguidores. Y cuando nosotros miramos esto, me parece bellísimo ver el trabajo de los caricaturistas como, por ejemplo, Whale. Whale, yo lo sigo, no tengo acceso a los periódicos venezolanos, pero sí a sus caricaturas, que nos muestran esa realidad dislocada, en donde la gente sale corriendo con televisores pantalla plana de las tiendas, aunque no tengan nada que comer. Esto es Ecuador. De Ecuador no conocemos mucho, pero resulta que 4 millones de personas, no pueden estar equivocadas, están suscritas a este canal de YouTube de unos humoristas ecuatorianos que decidieron no irse por la televisión tradicional, sino crear contenido en YouTube. Y ellos se llaman Enchufe TV. Y Enchufe TV está conectando a una cantidad de personas que están en la diáspora, latinoamericanos que viven acá. Así es que cuando ellos sacan un video, 3 días después tienen 882.000 vistas. Ya quisiera que este Congreso, sus videos tuvieran tantas vistas, pero no sé. Y estos lo logran. El humor es soez a veces, pero pues es lo que tenemos y es bastante divertido. Ahora, ¿qué pasa cuando le quitamos las cámaras a los camarógrafos y se las soltamos a las personas que pueden empezar a crear contenido contextualizado? Esto es Perú. Y esta señora, ¿qué es lo que está haciendo? Pues algo que ocurre en toda América Latina. Tú pones los periódicos así, la gente lee las noticias. De hecho, en mi tierra, en Barranquilla, lo que hacen es que seleccionan las noticias más jugosas, las ponen y nadie las compra. Entonces la gente lee, mira y después compra una golosina o alguna cosa, porque eso es para lo que les sirve el kiosco. Esta es la realidad latinoamericana. Cuando uno camina y ve en las calles esto, entiende por qué ciertas industrias están teniendo problemas, porque pues la cultura es otra. Incluso los chicos hacen eso, monkey see, monkey do. Este le toma una foto a un museo y el otro se para detrás y le toma la foto a lo mismo. Y esto yo lo he visto en todas partes. Si no, hagan la prueba. Párense en cualquier museo, tomen una foto de algo que nadie le estaba tomando foto y van a ver cómo empiezan a llegar a tomar fotos. Este es el reporte anual de los editores. Y el negocio editorial al parecer no ocurre en español. No veo ninguno de estos globitos, o sea, está Estados Unidos, China, Japón y nada. El 40% restante es donde estamos nosotros. Y ayer se perdieron muchas oportunidades de negocio porque vino Frédéric Martel. Y cuando yo intenté descubrir qué era lo que había dicho y después me presentó su nuevo libro, quise comprarlo, pero resulta que en digital solamente puedo conseguir a $22 la versión digital en alemán de Mainstream. Es ridículo. Ayer no sé cuántos de ustedes le dieron clic a sus dispositivos para comprar el libro y no estaba. Ah, bueno, de pronto algunos de ustedes sí, porque están en España y yo estoy en Colombia, a pesar de que esté acá. Porque eso es lo que empieza a ser lo digital. Barreras entre uno y otro que a veces ni vemos. Esto es Mario Vargas Llosa, que no está en digital, a pesar de que Santos me lo acaba de mostrar ahora, que sí está en digital, para su dispositivo, no para el mío. Entonces, ¿dónde tengo que ir a buscar las cosas? ¿En la ley o en las tiendas que no están mostrando el producto para los compradores legales que queremos pagarlo? Esto es Arcadia. Y este es un amigo, editor, diciendo cómo Gabriel García Márquez no se consigue en las mejores librerías de Bogotá. Esto es ridículo. Los libros de Gabriel García Márquez en papel no se pueden comprar en Bogotá por unas políticas rarísimas que tiene la editorial que lo distribuye. Mientras tanto, Calvin y Hobbes salen digital, así es que yo voy a Amazon e inmediatamente lo compro. Por más de que ya lo tengo en papel, lo quiero llevar conmigo y fíjense lo elegante que me presentan todas las opciones de compra. Ahí me dice todos los precios y todas las posibilidades que yo tengo. Y esto es bien importante. Cuando hablamos de propiedad intelectual, hay gente que tiene la propiedad y la tiene llena de monte. Y hay otros que sí la cuidan. Y yo creo que los autores que van a salir ahora son los que están cuidando su obra, los que la mantienen, los que están pendientes de ella. Y de eso les quiero hablar. Esto es Clay Shirky, por ejemplo, en Estados Unidos. Y fíjense todas las opciones que nos da. Si nos vamos a Brasil, vamos a encontrar que mi cómic favorito de este año, que lo he leído en digital, es de los hermanos Fabio Moon y Gabriel Bá. Son 2 dibujantes y estos 2 dibujantes muy valientemente han puesto su libro en una tienda digital norteamericana. Y lo puedo leer yo en inglés en Colombia, porque resulta que ahora somos bilingües. Si tú no me lo vas a dar en español, yo no me voy a esperar. Yo lo voy a comprar en el idioma que me lo estén vendiendo. Y por eso le agradecemos a Jeff Bezos. Esto es Brasil puesto en el mundo del cómic. Y esto es bellísimo. Y yo conozco muchos dibujantes españoles que podrían estar haciendo lo mismo. Nos falta un poco de cojones, como dicen ustedes, para poner el material y que la gente lo pueda empezar a descubrir. Pero les quiero mostrar un ejemplo de alguien que me parece increíble, que se llama Liniers. Liniers, hace unos años estuve hablando con él y le preguntaba quiénes eran los piratas y me decía muy amablemente en su casa que los piratas eran esos tipos que le ponían su obra gratis en internet de manera tal que a él lo invitaran a viajar por todo el mundo, es decir, le sirvió. Ahora él tiene su editorial, que es Editorial Común, y aparte trabaja con la industria editorial tradicional, pero miren cómo ha cogido las riendas de su obra. Él aparte tiene Facebook y en Facebook tiene 438,000 seguidores. Y todos los días él publica sus tiras, y sus tiras son redistribuidas porque cuando la gente pone like, esto empieza a entrar en sus timelines. Y esto es mucho más poderoso que recortar del periódico y pasarlo. Esto es lo que está haciendo Liniers en directo, él personalmente. Tiene otros dibujitos y fíjense como 11,000 personas les gusta esto, 1,000 personas lo comentan. Aparte, nos puede mostrar en Instagram su mundo. Y ya no estamos conociendo solamente al Liniers que dibuja, sino al Liniers fotógrafo y al Liniers humano, al ser. Esto es sus personajes en los sitios donde él va. Y fíjense la cantidad de personas que le dan like a esto y que lo comparten. Miles. Cuando nació su segunda hija, lo primero que hizo fue ponerle la forma de la felicidad. Cuando yo conozco hasta la patita de la niña, la hija del artista, ¿ustedes creen que yo me le voy a bajar el libro gratis? De pronto no, intentaré comprarlo e intentaré presionar para que sus libros lleguen a mi país. De hecho, Liniers le sorprende que la primera vez que fue a Colombia duró 2 horas con cola de personas para que les firmara los libros. Y sus libros no se consiguen en Colombia, se consiguen importados. Bueno, ¿y lo que crean los lectores? Fíjense que hace unos días estuve con estos libros en la mano en donde hay comentarios. No puede ser que ese hubiera escrito esto aquí, o leído en tal parte, bajo la sombra de yo no sé qué. Imagínense lo que pagarían las personas por, además, cuáles son los cuentos que seleccionó. Estos son los libros de Julio Cortázar. Si en este momento ustedes quisieran guardar todas sus marcas de los libros digitales, se las tienen que ir a pedir a Amazon o se las tienen que ir a pedir a yo no sé quién. Mientras que estamos preocupados por los autores, no nos hemos dado cuenta que ahora los lectores empiezan a tener tantos derechos y tantas posibilidades de creación como los otros. En Nicaragua hay una hermana que me encanta, es Siskia, y Siskia está utilizando Instagram para mostrar, como Hildegard von Bingen en su momento, cómo se ve el mundo desde los ojos de una religiosa. Y esto es bellísimo. Si las religiosas fueran así, capaz que tendríamos un papa jesuita. Esto es campo justo. En Colombia tuvimos un paro agrario y en el paro agrario una de las cosas que ocurrió es que los campesinos le gritaban a los policías: venga, 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 hijo de puta, para que vea cómo va a quedar de bonito en YouTube. No le dijeron en la televisión, no le dijeron en el periódico, le dijeron YouTube, porque ellos ya saben para qué sirven estos medios. Así es que les voy a mostrar un par de videos que me parecen claves. Estos son campesinos colombianos.
La ciudad necesita comida. Nosotros necesitamos trabajo. Debemos unirnos para poder vivir todos bien.
Lo bueno de uno vivir en comunidad es la unión, la solidaridad entre nosotros. Me siento como familia. Algo que solamente los de acá podemos saber lo que se siente.
Germán es muy duro con la tecnología.
El internet ha sido una de las herramientas importantes para el diario de la finca.
Este video es hecho por unos chicos, un hijo de campesinos y el otro viene de la industria del arte, trabaja en el Museo de Arte Moderno de Colombia y ellos han creado Campo Justo, que es mostrarle a la gente las historias de los campesinos. ¿Y qué es lo que hace un campesino en internet? De pronto esto, buscar un video de cómo plantar papas o patatas. Y resulta que cuando las telefónicas están vendiéndole a la gente internet, pero en realidad no le están vendiendo internet, sino que le están vendiendo acceso a redes sociales, a chat y messenger, que eso es gratis casi, lo que ellos están haciendo es bloqueando el desarrollo de América Latina, porque sí deberíamos poder entrar a este tipo de cosas, o por ejemplo tener cosas como esto.
Rosana,
Momento.
Hello, this is Rosana from Doña Rosana's kitchen. Today I'm going to cook sancocho.
Esta es una forma de ver cómo se hace el sancocho. Esta es otra forma de ver cómo se hace el sancocho.
Hola y bienvenidos de nuevo a mi cocina aquí en Miami. Hoy les voy a preparar uno de los platos más tradicionales del Caribe, el sancocho. Los cubanos le dicen ajiaco. Lo mismo le llamen sancocho que ajiaco, no importa, es un plato delicioso y muy tradicional nuestro. Y los ingredientes más importantes en esto, que es realmente una sopa muy caribeña, son las viandas. Las viandas que yo voy a usar son las más tradicionales. Yo voy a usar malanga.
¿Se imaginan a alguien leyendo sobre esto? No, lo van a hacer en video. Y estos canales son personales. Y cuando yo no permito que las personas suban y bajen contenido de video, sino que solamente consuman otro tipo de contenidos, empezó a tener problemas. Y por último, miren cómo estamos conquistando a los conquistadores.
Today I'm making ajiaco, a traditional Colombian chicken and potato stew. And I'm really fortunate because I'm able to cook the stew in traditional Colombian pottery. This is called chambaware and it's handmade in South America. It was graciously furnished to me by Toque Blanche. They're a wonderful site that has...
By Toque Blanche, no jodas. Pasamos del video de la señora que pretende ser Bourdain a la señora que ya está siendo colonizada por la sopita que ya se llama el ajiaco. Lo que no logran los gobiernos, lo logró el ajiaco. Ahora, volvamos a nuestra presentación como estábamos al principio. Un momento, para poder cerrar esto como toca. Ya me quedan contados segundos y ahora se me perdió. Ya, acá estamos, presentación, vuelve. Ahora, los niños con plástico. Este es un niño en Panamá que me estaba mostrando un juguetito de plástico que había recogido de la calle, pero este es un niño con una mano de plástico impresa en 3D. Esta es la revolución. Olvídense de piratería de películas, canciones, eso es muy de modé, eso ya pasó. Lo que viene ahora es poder hacernos objetos impresos en 3D. Afortunadamente para eso, si ustedes caminan un poquito y van a la otra sede del Congreso, van a Etiopía. Y ahí, muy juiciosos, están trabajando estos hackers que están disrumpiendo la industria española porque están metiendo en cada ciudad 8 de estos dispositivos a la semana. El autor intelectual de esto es Pablo, que está ahí, y está muy orgulloso de sus creaciones porque él va y enseña cómo se imprimen estas máquinas, porque las máquinas se imprimen a sí mismas. Y esto es el futuro de España. Es un futuro súper sexy. Cuando yo pueda coger una calle y aparte de esto, con un QR code, pueda bajarme las jotas de los autores que murieron en esa calle. Preocúpense, porque esto fue creado por chicos de 10 y 11 años. Esto es el futuro. Y yo lo único que espero es que cuando ellos estén en el gobierno, me dejen pasar con menos problemas. Hazme una pregunta y lanzo allá.
Bueno, creo que los avisé. Es imposible presentar a Pablo Arrieta. Es mejor escucharlo. Y si te sientas mejor.
No, voy a estar acá porque
no,
de pronto
tienes que sentarte.
Me voy a sentar. Todo es con órdenes acá.
Le voy a hacer 3 preguntas en 5 minutos. Es un tiempo récord, es casi una entrevista express. En este libro, Rodolfo Bracelli, un escritor argentino, dice que la mejor manera de realizar una entrevista a un escritor, como a Borges, como a Bradbury, como a Woody Allen, es hacer una pregunta superflua, para que la entrevista se convierta en una conversación. Entonces yo te voy a hacer 2 preguntas y necesito un sí o un no. ¿Tú crees en Dios?
Sí.
¿Y tú crees en el copyright?
No.
2 preguntas superfluas. ¿No crees en el copyright?
No. No, porque fíjate que todo lo que estamos haciendo es una conversación. Yo creo en el derecho de propiedad de algo sobre un tiempo determinado. Pero cuando hay un ratón que te lo está extendiendo cientos de años después de la muerte de su creador, tú ya dices qué es lo que está pasando. El derecho que tiene un autor sobre su obra, sí creo en eso. Pero la industria que se ha montado sobre el copyright, con todos los trolls de patentes y todo lo que está detrás, no, en eso no creo.
Yo conocí a Pablo a través de un vídeo. No sabía quién era Pablo y de repente hubo como un flash que me decía, hablando de copyright, sigo hablando de copyright con Pablo, Colón descubrió América, pero América no se llama Colombia.
Se llama América porque Américo Vespucci fue el que nos enamoró de la idea del nuevo mundo. Colón nos lo vendió como la extensión de algo que ya conocíamos. Pero Américo nos dijo, tienen que venir, tienen que ver las playas, tienen que ver las mujeres. Todavía hay mucho español que todavía se monta por lo que dijo Américo, pero es realidad, es creer que hay otro mundo. Y para mí lo digital es otro mundo. Y nos toca aceptarlo y afrontarlo con otras reglas.
Y la última pregunta, quizás la más importante. Ayer lanzaste un tuit después de que Frédéric Martel dijera algo, ¿no? Yo a Frédéric Martel le pregunté cómo demonios los usuarios se están quejando de que los libros electrónicos cuestan cada vez más caros o deberían costar más barato, pero en cambio nos compramos esto que cada vez cuesta más caro. Este, por ejemplo, cuesta 900 euros, pero el libro electrónico debe estar a 2 euros, a 3 euros. Y tú lanzaste un tuit que yo quiero que compartas con la gente. Esto no cuesta 900 euros, tiene un precio de 900 euros.
A mí lo que realmente me preocupa es que mientras que estos aparatos se venden y para Cupertino y para Corea, o porque son las distintas marcas, ¿no? Todas ellas ponen sus precios bastante arbitrarios. Los trabajadores que están montando estas máquinas están recibiendo mucho menos. Están recibiendo unos pocos dólares por armar máquinas que valen cientos de dólares. El diseño gana más que la mano de obra. Y la mano de obra en la industria editorial son los autores. Así es que les están haciendo lo mismo. Van a terminar vendiendo aparatos editoriales que son muy costosos, pero la obra es casi gratis. Y eso es muy triste. Creo que todavía tenemos un minuto.
Sí.
Así es que voy a saltar.
No, espera,
sí,
espera.
Porque quiero mostrar una cosa. Porque la industria de los videojuegos es bien importante. Y yo creo que vamos a llegar a este momento en el que el último de nosotros sea el último sin implantes y el último sin tecnología adentro. Y con esto quiero que quedemos pensando en algo. La industria del cine ha tenido sus premios, ha tenido sus grandes autores, y hay un innovador latinoamericano metido en la industria de los videojuegos y ha hecho algo muy bonito y se los quiero dejar acá.
Y bueno, gracias a ustedes por haber venido. Los dejamos con el maestro Santaolalla de Last of Us, el tema principal.
Compositor de música de películas y demás. Y fíjense que ahí está, haciendo música para videojuegos. Algo está cambiando en el planeta. Y cuando los autores toman las riendas de su obra y saben dónde tienen que ponerla, van a encontrar nuevos públicos y nuevas audiencias. Y se van a hacer valer. Para muchos gamers, Gustavo Santaolalla no era nadie y ahora lo llevan en las venas cada vez que juegan, el último de nosotros. Creo que esto es revolucionario y creo que esto es lo que tenemos que hacer.
Pablo.
Gracias.
Pablo.
Muchísimas gracias, Pablo. No tenía ningún lugar a dudas que era la mejor manera de terminar esta mañana de sesiones plenarias. Muchas gracias, Pablo. Gracias a todos. Por favor, os invito a despejar la sala lo antes posible. En nombre de la organización os pido disculpas por todos los inconvenientes que estamos causando con las medidas de seguridad, pero espero que lo entendáis. Tenemos una altísima representación institucional iberoamericana. Muchísimas gracias. A la 1:15, por favor, estar de vuelta y no salgáis del hall porque si no pasaréis los controles. Gracias.
Cualquiera, no, sino la televisión educativa y cultural iberoamericana. Toma ya. Cooperación y televisión. Las dos cosas que más me gustan.
Les recordamos que pueden seguir informados a través de nuestra página web nsi.tv. Nos vemos la próxima semana. Hasta pronto.
Corten. Hola, ¿se puede?
Hola, ¿pasa?
Hola, yo soy Fredo.
Hola, yo soy Greta, ¿qué tal?
Encantado. ¿Este es tu lugar de trabajo?
Sí, este es mi lugar de trabajo.
El plató de televisión.
Este es un plató de televisión, sí. Acá trabajamos y grabamos cosas, presentaciones, entrevistas.
Yo te acabo de ver cómo presentabas las noticias, pero estabas en otra parte y ahora resulta que te encuentro aquí toda rodeada de verde.
Porque usamos este fondo verde para poder transportarnos al lugar donde queramos.
Vaya, ¿a eso es a lo que llaman la magia de la televisión?
Es la magia de la televisión.
Pues voy a intentar conocer a otros compañeros de trabajo tuyos.
Sí, te lo vas a pasar muy bien, ya vas a ver.
Venga, hasta luego, Greta.
Luego.
Gracias, Alberto, por haberme invitado un rato a tu despacho. Tú eres un poco el que coordina a toda esta gente que trabaja en la TI, ¿verdad?
Es verdad que hay alguien que dirige, pero hay mucha gente que trabaja, que toma decisiones todos los días y para que salga una imagen al aire, para que esté presente un personaje allí, para que técnicamente funcione, para que haya una conexión. De manera que hay una acción colectiva muy importante y muy coordinada.
¿Y cómo os organizáis para sacar adelante una idea como esta?
Bueno, yo creo que hubo muchas voluntades de universidades, de ministerios de educación, de cultura, de países, que decían, bueno, aquí hay una gran oportunidad de utilizar la comunicación para cooperar, para ver cómo es una herramienta de cooperación y lo hacemos en el campo de la cultura, de la educación y de la televisión.
Eso me gusta, cooperación. A mí me gusta la tele, pero si yo me tuviera que ver todas estas cintas, no acabaría nunca.
Fredo, pues esta es la videoteca. ¿Qué te parece?
¡Buah! Esto me parece a mí como la caja fuerte de un banco, solo que en vez de guardar dinero, pues guardáis cintas de vídeo.
Exactamente. En realidad, hasta hace poco cintas de vídeo. Ahora ya empezamos a tener discos duros, porque ya todo esto se va digitalizando.
Vaya, ¿y todo este material lo habéis producido vosotros?
Pues no, todo no, porque mira, nosotros tenemos lo que llamamos una red de socios, que es como si dijéramos un club de amigos. Un montón de amigos que están en toda Iberoamérica y que nos mandan programas, nos mandan noticias y con esa red nosotros hacemos la programación, los programas, la tele en definitiva.
¿Y entre todo este tipo de noticias, hacéis noticias para niños?
Pues sí, fíjate que tenemos 2 canales completos para niños. Tenemos uno que se llama Ecuador Educa, que aunque aparezca la palabra educación es bastante divertido, y otro que se llama Paca Paca. Este es argentino y está teniendo un éxito entre los niños iberoamericanos que no te puedes ni imaginar.
¿Tú crees que yo podría conocer a un equipo de redacción de noticias de los que trabajan aquí en la TEI?
Pues claro que sí, y además van a estar encantados de conocerte. ¿Te vienes?
Me voy.
Venga, vamos.
Hola, Fredo.
Hola. Uy, ¿tienes a mi amiga Greta en el ordenador? ¿Qué estás haciendo con ella?
Bueno, es que no es un ordenador, es una máquina teletransportadora. Sí. La pongo aquí y entonces le quito el fondo y la llevo donde yo quiero.
¡Qué interesante! Amal, por favor, explícame cómo funciona la web de la TEI.
Bueno, pues en la web de la TEI tenemos 25 canales. Entre ellos está el canal Cooperación, donde estás tú, Fredo, y tus aventuras.
Toma.
Aparte, tenemos una sección exclusiva para niños, una sección de educación. Pero no solo eso, tenemos también el noticiero NCI, que hacemos aquí en la televisión. Pero también puedes ver NCI Noticias a través de la web. Y no solo eso, sino que contamos con una revista cultural por internet que se llama El Portavoz.
Me llamo Fredo.
Hola, Fredo. Yo me llamo Gustavo.
Es que te acabo de ver en la tele, tú eres un presentador y un periodista de esta televisión tan chula que estoy visitando.
Exactamente, yo soy el editor y el presentador de NSI Noticias, que es un informativo cultural iberoamericano que se emite semanalmente y se nutre fundamentalmente de dos ramas. Una que hacemos en Madrid, con redactores aquí locales de Madrid, y otra con las noticias que nos envía América, que son de televisiones culturales, universitarias, y entonces es así como es posible hacer un informativo cultural con la colaboración, es un proyecto de cooperación entre América y obviamente también España.
Por casualidad, tú no tendrás que presentar hoy todavía tu informativo.
Sí, ya nos tenemos que ir porque tengo que presentar el informativo, tenemos grabación hoy.
¿Me invitas a ir contigo?
Bueno, vale.
¡Genial! Voy a ser presentador. Casi soy periodista.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Bienvenidos a una nueva edición de NSI Noticias, el informativo cultural iberoamericano, que en esta ocasión cuenta con un personaje bastante peculiar. Su nombre, Fredo Fox. Hola, Fredo.
Hola.
¿Cómo estás?
Un poquito nervioso porque esto de ser periodista...
No tienes por qué. Eso sí, seguro que ya cuentas con un titular.
Uno sí que tengo. La televisión educativa iberoamericana es mucho más que un proyecto de cooperación. Es un proyecto cargado de futuro.
Alteza, Secretario General Iberoamericano, señores ministros iberoamericanos, autoridades, señoras y señores, va a dar comienzo el acto de entrega del premio del concurso Emprende con Cultura, que tiene como objetivo promover el desarrollo de las industrias culturales y creativas digitales en todas las regiones de Iberoamérica. En primer lugar, toma la palabra el ministro de Educación, Cultura y Deporte del Gobierno de España, don José Ignacio Wert.
Con la venia de Vuestra Alteza, Secretario General, Presidenta, ministros, autoridades, señoras y señores. En primer lugar, quisiera transmitirles, en nombre del Gobierno de España, la gran satisfacción que sentimos al acoger en la ciudad de Zaragoza el V Congreso Iberoamericano de Cultura. Iberoamérica es, ante todo, una comunidad cultural. Son muy importantes los procesos de integración entre nuestros países para intensificar, desde el respeto mutuo y en un plano de igualdad, una coordinación adecuada que nos permita alcanzar posiciones compartidas y defender mejor nuestros intereses comunes frente a otras regiones del mundo. En definitiva, se trata de encontrar una voz común que nos ayude a posicionar a Iberoamérica en el lugar destacado que merece en la actual escena cultural internacional. La cultura debe contribuir decisivamente a desarrollar la prosperidad de la región y para ello es necesario, en primer lugar, incentivar un crecimiento económico que se base en la creatividad y en la innovación. En segundo lugar, consolidar, y hemos estado hablando de ello en la reciente reunión de ministros, un espacio cultural iberoamericano. Y en tercer lugar, desarrollar una agenda cultural digital para Iberoamérica. En este sentido, aspiramos a que la cultura forme parte de las prioridades políticas nacionales, favoreciendo la generación de mecanismos que permitan mejor desarrollo y mayor difusión de toda nuestra riqueza cultural. Iberoamérica debe ser capaz de elaborar una respuesta conjunta que fije nuestra posición ante todas y cada una de las grandes cuestiones que plantea el reto digital. Una estrategia común que converja en una visión estructurada y coherente de los distintos procesos de digitalización de la cultura, que indique los instrumentos para impulsar definitivamente la oferta legal de contenidos digitales, culturales iberoamericanos, de contenidos iberoamericanos en línea y, por último, que otorgue soluciones comunes al problema de la vulneración de los derechos de propiedad intelectual. Somos, y a veces parece que no somos conscientes de ello, una región del mundo con un activo cultural de primera magnitud. El pensador francés Alain Rouquier definió una vez a Iberoamérica como el extremo occidente y no nos damos cuenta del valor y la potencia que desde ese punto de vista de comunidad cultural, de comunidad lingüística amplia, de comunidad de valores tenemos. Un ejemplo de las potencialidades culturales de un sólido espacio cultural iberoamericano se pone de manifiesto al observar cómo, desde el punto de vista de las exportaciones españolas, Iberoamérica es la gran prioridad. El 27% del comercio exterior de bienes culturales que salió de España tuvo como destino a Iberoamérica y si consideramos el sector del libro y de la prensa escrita, el porcentaje sube hasta el 35%. En este acto vamos a hacer entrega de los premios Emprende con Cultura, una de las partes sustantivas de este Congreso que se está celebrando por dos razones. En primer lugar, porque promueve el emprendimiento digital en las industrias culturales y creativas de Iberoamérica, la búsqueda de nuevos modelos de negocio, el desarrollo de las tecnologías de la información y la comunicación aplicadas a la creación y a la gestión empresarial en el mundo de la cultura, y todo ello son factores fundamentales para afrontar los retos de la nueva economía cultural. Pero en segundo lugar también porque estimula la participación de los emprendedores en el compromiso de construir y consolidar el espacio cultural iberoamericano. Unidad en la diversidad. Ese puede ser uno de los grandes lemas de nuestra comunidad iberoamericana y de estos premios. Nuestra cultura, aun preservando una muy sólida identidad, presenta una riquísima variedad de matices y modulaciones, tanto por la inmensa área geográfica que cubre como por los variadísimos acentos que adopta. El éxito global de nuestra cultura se basa fundamentalmente en su desarrollo local y regional, como trampolín de su internacionalización. Citando a Carlos Fuentes, podemos afirmar que no hay globalidad que sirva sin localidad que valga. Por ello, este concurso está abierto a todos los emprendedores culturales de los 22 países que forman nuestra comunidad de naciones iberoamericana. Los enfoques y sectores de los proyectos presentados han sido muy diversos, desde proyectos culturales en el sentido clásico, artes escénicas, audiovisuales, pintura, música, edición, hasta iniciativas relacionadas con el desarrollo tecnológico del sector educativo, tan relacionado y tan importante para el desarrollo cultural, de la investigación científica, el turismo, la antropología o la ecología, entre otros. Todos los proyectos utilizan las nuevas tecnologías y las herramientas más innovadoras para su desarrollo, como aplicaciones de realidad aumentada, identificación de lugares y personas, mapas 3D, plataformas de tercera generación de software, creación de espacios de cultura virtual. Y tenemos que felicitarnos porque la participación en los premios ha sido muy numerosa, un total de 550 proyectos. Los responsables de los 21 proyectos finalistas estáis aquí presentes y habéis tenido la oportunidad de convivir en la residencia para creadores situada en el nuevo y flamante Etopia, el Centro de Arte y Tecnología de Zaragoza, que se ha convertido estos días de Congreso en una auténtica ágora digital, donde confío en que hayan salido sinergias y haya intercambios de experiencias e ideas para atisbar por dónde se mueve ya el futuro de nuestra cultura compartida. Asimismo, habéis tenido la oportunidad de presentar vuestro proyecto a todos los asistentes al Congreso y, sobre todo, a los posibles inversores. Quiero agradecer especialmente la labor del jurado, integrado por expertos y representantes de instituciones de ámbito europeo e iberoamericano, por su trabajo y su esfuerzo en la valoración de los proyectos. Quiero dar la enhorabuena a todos los finalistas, seáis o no premiados, y expresar mi confianza en el éxito de vuestros proyectos. Espero que vuestras propuestas se hagan realidad y sirvan como referente para futuras iniciativas y para que Iberoamérica se consolide como un espacio de comunidad cultural innovadora en el marco de la sociedad del conocimiento. Pero, sobre todo, quiero agradeceros vuestra colaboración porque ya habéis aportado mucho a este Congreso. Lo habéis nutrido de contenido, de ideas, de innovación. En definitiva, estáis contribuyendo a impulsar la cultura iberoamericana. El nombre de Zaragoza quedará ya siempre unido a nuestra cultura y a ese espacio cultural iberoamericano. La ciudad se ha volcado en la preparación del Congreso, al igual que lo ha hecho el Gobierno de Aragón, y por ello quisiera expresar tanto al alcalde como a la presidenta nuestra inmensa gratitud. Agradecimiento que se extiende también y de forma muy señalada a la Secretaría General Iberoamericana, a la Organización de Estados Iberoamericanos y al resto de países de la comunidad, fundamentalmente a Costa Rica, que en 2014 acogerá el 6º Congreso. En esta hermosa tarea de amar nuestra cultura y de trabajar por su unidad y por su desarrollo, ofrezco la colaboración más comprometida y apasionada del ministerio que dirijo. Termino ya, señoras y señores. Mario Vargas Llosa dice que Iberoamérica, observada en su conjunto, cito, es una magnificación de ese fantástico cuento de Jorge Luis Borges, el Aleph. Casi todo el universo humano y natural está presente en ella. Todas las geografías y climas del planeta, casi todas las razas, culturas y religiones de la humanidad han venido, antes o después de la llegada de españoles y portugueses, a añadirse al abigarrado contingente de civilizaciones y culturas para delinear esa personalidad plural y varia con vínculos recientes o remotos con los 4 puntos cardinales. Esa diversidad es nuestra mayor riqueza. Todos cabemos en Iberoamérica e Iberoamérica debe caber en todos nosotros. Solo así seguiremos construyendo y haremos grande ese espacio cultural en el que llevamos 500 años conviviendo y deslumbrando al mundo. Muchas gracias.
A continuación, la directora general de Política e Industrias Culturales y del Libro y presidenta del jurado, doña Teresa Lizaranzu, dará lectura del acta de concesión de los premios.
Acta del jurado del concurso Emprende con Cultura. En el marco del V Congreso Iberoamericano de Cultura y como impulso al desarrollo del emprendimiento de contenidos culturales digitales en el ámbito de nuestra región, se convocó en marzo del presente año el concurso Emprende con Cultura. Dentro del plazo de inscripción se presentaron un total de 550 proyectos procedentes de todos los países iberoamericanos. En el mes de junio se reunió el jurado al efecto de elegir a los finalistas, resultando seleccionados 21 proyectos procedentes de los países iberoamericanos. Con ocasión del presente Congreso, estos 21 finalistas han sido invitados a participar durante esta semana en una residencia formativa que ha tenido lugar en Etopia, Centro de Arte y Tecnología del Ayuntamiento de Zaragoza, centro que estrena actividades precisamente con esta estancia. Las bases del concurso establecen que se fallen 6 premios y realizada la primera jornada del Congreso, la presentación pública de los 21 proyectos por sus respectivos autores, se ha reunido en Zaragoza el jurado del concurso Emprende con Cultura, el día 21 de noviembre de 2013, para fallar los citados 6 premios. Siguiendo las bases de la convocatoria, el jurado ha valorado en su análisis de los proyectos finalistas los siguientes elementos: la originalidad de la idea, el modelo de negocio que propone el proyecto, su sostenibilidad y potencial comercial, la viabilidad creativa del proyecto, la posible aportación del proyecto al sector cultural y creativa en que pueda incardinarse, su potencial innovador y tecnológico en el ámbito de la industria cultural y creativa, su posibilidad de difusión o implantación internacional a través de un plan elaborado al efecto, la experiencia y compromiso del equipo promotor del mismo y el impacto social y medioambiental del proyecto en el ámbito más amplio de la sociedad. Tras el atento seguimiento de las presentaciones realizadas por los finalistas y concluidas las deliberaciones, tomando en consideración los elementos reseñados, el jurado ha fallado un total de 6 premios que se entregarán a continuación.
Pedimos a continuación a Su Alteza Real el Príncipe de Asturias, al Ministro de Educación, Cultura y Deporte de España, al Secretario General Iberoamericano y a la Presidenta del Gobierno de Aragón que suban al escenario para proceder a la entrega de los premios. Procedemos a continuación a nombrar a los premiados para que pasen a recoger el diploma de manos de Su Alteza Real el Príncipe de Asturias. Don Alejandro Valdez, Paraguay, premio a la idea más innovadora por el proyecto Curtu. Don Anxo Armada, España, premio al proyecto más innovador con menos de 3 años de vida por el proyecto Bandit. Don Tiago Albella, Portugal, premio al proyecto más innovador con más de 3 años de vida por el proyecto Viral. Donaldo Arce, México, premio al proyecto más social por el proyecto Semillas Digitales de Cultura. Doña Amanda Rodríguez, Brasil, premio al proyecto Emprendedor Joven por el proyecto Viajo SP. Y por último, doña María Balsa, Uruguay, premio al proyecto Emprendedor Senior por el proyecto Crea Nexus. Por último, y para clausurar este acto, toma la palabra Su Alteza Real el Príncipe de Asturias.
Señor Secretario General Iberoamericano, señora Presidenta de Aragón, señores ministros iberoamericanos de Cultura y jefes de delegación, secretarios de Estado, señor Presidente de las Cortes de Aragón, delegado del Gobierno, alcalde de Zaragoza, secretario de Estado de Cooperación Internacional, Justicia de Aragón, señoras y señores. Permítanme comenzar diciéndoles que venir a Zaragoza y acompañarles en este acto de entrega de los premios Emprende con Cultura, que cierra el quinto Congreso Iberoamericano de Cultura, es para mí una gran alegría. Esta ciudad tan española y tan europea está tradicionalmente muy vinculada en lo simbólico y lo cultural al mundo iberoamericano. Por eso se valora tanto aquí ser, por unos días, podemos decir, el epicentro del mundo cultural iberoamericano. Y les damos las gracias a la capital aragonesa por su hospitalidad al acoger con tanta generosidad a todos los participantes en este Congreso. Y, cómo no, felicitamos muy sinceramente a todos los que han recibido el premio, pero también a los finalistas, a los 20 finalistas o 21 finalistas que han competido y a todos los que han participado de alguna manera en este concurso, en esta competencia, animándoles a continuar y a seguir el ejemplo de los que han sido premiados, poniendo en valor y sacando provecho también de la cultura con proyectos viables, proyectos empresariales viables. Iberoamérica es reconocida en el mundo como una comunidad de naciones ligadas por historia y valores, pero muy particularmente por lenguas y culturas compartidas. Y a su cuidado se han dedicado muchas personas a lo largo de la historia, evidentemente, pero más todavía en los últimos tiempos, trabajando con entrega para consolidar e impulsar esta comunidad. Y permitidme que entre todas ellas destaque y rinda homenaje lleno de agradecimiento, admiración y afecto personal a Enrique Iglesias, que ha dedicado 8 años de su vida al frente de la Secretaría General Iberoamericana, aunque casi toda la vida lleva trabajando por el avance y el bienestar de nuestro mundo. Su preocupación por la cultura como medio transmisor de identidades y valores, y también como instrumento de desarrollo económico y promotor de la cohesión social, ha sido constante. Y al término de su mandato como secretario general iberoamericano, querido Enrique, y aunque sé que nunca dejarás de arrimar el hombro de orientar y de compartir tu visión y tus reflexiones sobre todo lo que pasa o nos puede pasar. Quiero darte las gracias por tu trabajo, por tu pasión y por tu compromiso con Iberoamérica, y también por tus enseñanzas. Gracias, Enrique. Señoras y señores, los Congresos Iberoamericanos de Cultura tienen precisamente la misión de reforzar y hacer visible esa identidad cultural propia, impulsando el vigor, la riqueza y la diversidad de nuestra creación cultural y artística como base de lo que llamamos el espacio cultural iberoamericano. Un espacio para cuya consolidación son esenciales, evidentemente, la educación, pero también las industrias culturales y creativas y el fomento y cuidado de nuestras principales lenguas, las dos lenguas vehiculares del español y el portugués. Con respecto a nuestra riqueza lingüística, debemos tener presente que la afinidad de nuestros dos idiomas vehiculares, hablados conjuntamente por más de 700 millones de personas, en algunos casos se habla de casi 1.000 millones, en una treintena de países de varios continentes, así como su permanente crecimiento en un mundo globalizado. Ello nos obliga a identificar nuevos y mejores métodos para promoverlos en todo el planeta y reforzar así nuestra presencia en el escenario internacional. Muchos millones de estudiantes en todo el mundo son ya conscientes de que se tratan de dos idiomas de presente, pero sobre todo de futuro, prácticos y útiles para su vida profesional, además de un bien cultural de enorme calado y enorme profundidad. Al mismo tiempo debemos tener muy presente, como mencionábamos antes en la reunión de ministros, que la riqueza de nuestro patrimonio lingüístico iberoamericano se compone también de muchas otras lenguas que tienen una menor implantación, pero cuya preservación es también responsabilidad nuestra, porque en ellas nos encontramos a nosotros mismos. Todas las lenguas de Iberoamérica son en suma parte de nuestra riqueza colectiva, porque reflejan nuestra identidad, nuestra cultura, nuestros vínculos, nuestra manera de sentir, pensar y estar en el mundo. En cuanto a la educación, es obvio que se trata de un factor esencial para mejorar la vida y el desarrollo personal y profesional de los jóvenes y de todos los ciudadanos, para fomentar un pensamiento libre, independiente e incrementar sus capacidades creativas. De este modo, si trabajamos continuamente por una mejor educación, conseguimos sociedades más capaces, más prósperas y más comunicativas. Por su lado, las industrias culturales han permitido, en líneas generales, el acceso y la difusión del pensamiento, la ciencia y la creación durante la historia reciente de la humanidad. Han desempeñado un papel fundamental en la difusión del saber, en la creación de opinión y, naturalmente, en el desarrollo de nuestros pueblos. Las industrias creativas y culturales, entendidas en sentido amplio, tienen cada vez un impacto mayor en nuestras economías nacionales, creando empleo y fomentando el bienestar. Necesitamos un tejido industrial sólido que promueva el intercambio y haga llegar la fuerza de nuestra unidad y diversidad cultural a todos los ciudadanos y a todos los países. En este sentido, podemos mencionar, por ejemplo, la reciente Feria Internacional del Libro de Miami, en los Estados Unidos, al cual tuve el gusto de asistir hace pocos días, dedicadas específicamente al libro en español. Se trata de una buena muestra de lo que estamos diciendo, de la importancia de las industrias culturales para promover nuestra cultura compartida e impulsar, al mismo tiempo, el crecimiento de nuestras economías. Ligar emprendimiento con cultura, como hacen los premios que nos han convocado, no es solo ya una excelente idea, porque estimula el progreso de las sociedades desde uno de nuestros pilares más sólidos, el cultural, sino que hoy es ya absolutamente necesario. Debemos hacerlo de manera inteligente, sabiendo cómo generar potencia industrial, creativa y tecnológica que sea capaz de competir, de entusiasmar al mercado y de trascender las fronteras culturales, transmitiendo nuestras obras, nuestras ideas y valores, nuestros sentimientos con calidad, con responsabilidad y con respeto. Hoy sabemos bien que el conocimiento, la capacidad de innovar y el uso intensivo de las nuevas tecnologías de la comunicación y la información son factores clave para generar el crecimiento y el bienestar. Por eso el mundo digital, que centra los trabajos de este Congreso en su más amplia aplicación cultural, supone una oportunidad extraordinaria para poner a disposición de todos los ciudadanos el inmenso legado cultural iberoamericano y para impulsar la presencia de nuestras culturas en todo el mundo. Pero debemos hacerlo juntos y a tiempo. Debemos evitar la llamada brecha digital y situarnos en posiciones de vanguardia ante los nuevos desafíos. Y me alegra subrayar en este sentido el hecho de que los premios Emprende con Cultura promuevan con un claro acento digital el emprendimiento de las industrias culturales y creativas iberoamericanas, distinguiendo el valor de las ideas y los proyectos más innovadores, sociales y emprendedores. Nuestros países deben diseñar respuestas adecuadas al reto que implica el mundo digital, consiguiendo reducir las barreras que todavía existen. Se trata de un desafío que, por su calado, recuerda a la propia irrupción de la imprenta en el siglo XV. En cierto modo, pasamos por un momento crucial en Iberoamérica, porque de la acción que llevemos a cabo juntos, gobiernos, sociedad civil y sector cultural, dependerá el grado en el que nuestra comunidad se consolide como un gran espacio cultural en el mundo de hoy, contribuyendo también al bienestar de nuestros pueblos y sociedades. Señoras y señores, durante estos días, Zaragoza acoge a creadores, autores, emprendedores, gestores culturales, responsables de políticas públicas, así como a fundaciones, académicos, periodistas y miembros de la sociedad civil que con sus aportaciones dan muestra de la pujanza cultural de nuestra comunidad iberoamericana. Necesitamos emprendedores como ellos, como vosotros, porque no solo creáis cultura, sino también, como ya estamos diciendo e insistiendo mucho, generáis riqueza, generáis puestos de trabajo y un valor añadido para nuestras sociedades. Así que, gracias por vuestra labor. Y termino ya. Y para ello quiero felicitar nuevamente a todos los premiados y a todos los y dar las gracias a todos los que habéis contribuido a la celebración de este 5º Congreso de la Cultura. Nos veremos, espero, en la próxima edición, en el 6º Congreso en Costa Rica. Los resultados de vuestros trabajos nos servirán de estímulo y de refuerzo para afrontar los nuevos retos de la digitalización de la cultura que están presentes en todos los procesos actuales de la cadena cultural y creativa. Nada más, muchas gracias. Y creo que así ya damos por concluido este 5º Congreso de la Cultura Iberoamericana. Muchas gracias.